think so.
Testing. Can you?
Can hear you fine, Harold.
Perfect. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Melinda, can you hear me? Okay. Can you hear me, Martin Plus? Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Thank you, everyone, for being here today. Um, It is now 2:03 p.m. The San Miguel County Board of Commissioners will hold a regular monthly meeting on Tuesday, February the 9th, 2021, beginning at 2 p.m. This meeting will be held virtually. The meeting will be streamed from 500 West National Avenue, Las Vegas, New Mexico, 87701 in the Commission chambers. Due to limited seating capacity, the meeting can be viewed online at www.co.sanmiguel.nm.us. Should anyone wish to present for public input, you will need to submit your name, address, phone number, and topic to smcpi@co.sanmiguel.nm.us no later than 1:15 the day of the meeting. During the meeting, a County Board of Finance meeting will take place. Notice to people with disabilities. If you are an individual with disability who is in need of a reader, amplifier, qualified sign language interpreter, or any form of auxiliary aid or service to attend or participate in the hearings or meetings, please contact the San Miguel County managers at 505-425-9333 at least 1 week prior to the meeting or as soon as possible. Public documents, including the agenda and minutes, can be provided in various accessible formats. Please contact the county at the above number if a summary or other type of accessible format is needed. At least 72 hours in advance of this meeting, the following agenda for today's meeting was posted and available for public inspection on the San Miguel County website at www.co.sanmiguel.nm.us and available in hard copy at the office of the San Miguel County Manager. The agenda is as follows. Call to order. Present.
Madam Vice Chair, Janet Moreno.
Presente.
Commissioner Max Trujillo.
Here.
Commissioner Martin Sena.
Here.
And Commissioner Kenneth Medina.
Present. We have a quorum. Can we please join each other in the Pledge of Allegiance? Commissioner Sena, can you lead us? Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico, the Zia symbol of true friendship among united cultures. Thank you, Commissioner Sena. At this time, I'd like to request approval of the agenda. Are there any questions pertaining to the agenda? I would like to table, if I'm in order, to table item
7 or no?
7, yes. If we're okay with that, I'd like that change to the agenda. Are there any other changes to the agenda at this time?
Mr. Chair, we might need to move the item that Dave Romero has regarding the ambulance to a further time if we reach that after the 14th.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, so did the commission hear what our interim manager just mentioned?
No, I couldn't hear. Could you please repeat it?
Yes, what we're going to do is we're going to move the item that our county attorney is going to be helping us with. We're going to be acting on that one after he returns from a court hearing that he has to attend. So we'll be going over that item as soon as he returns. Are you okay with that, Commissioner Varela?
That's fine with me, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. With those changes mentioned, do we have an?
Make a motion to approve, Mr. Chairman, those changes.
We have a motion by Commissioner Medina. Do we have a second to approve the agenda?
Second.
We have a second by Commissioner Sena. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. We have an approved agenda. Okay, next is the approval of the minutes. Do we have a motion to approve the minutes for November the 9th, 2020? I think there's an error, if I'm not mistaken. Let me see if I find the minutes. Yeah, it mentions that Madam Chair Maria Martinez was absent at that meeting, but then the salutation of the flag, it says that Commissioner Martinez led the Pledge of Allegiance. And so we need to make that correction. If she wasn't there, there was no way that she could have led the Pledge of Allegiance. So we need to make that correction.
And that was the November 9th meeting.
Yes.
We'll make sure.
Sounds good. Any other questions or concerns on the minutes of November the 9th, 2020?
Mr.
Hearing
Chairman,
none, do I have a motion to approve the minutes?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to abstain from this due to the fact that we weren't sworn in yet or
Okay,
on board.
all right. So Commissioner Medina has selected to abstain voting on this item because he had not taken office yet. And
Motion
so
to approve,
I'm
Mr.
assuming that
Chair, with the
Commissioner Medina will do
corrections.
the same.
That's correct, sir.
All right. So hearing that, do we have a motion to approve the minutes of November the 9th?
So move,
2020.
Mr. Chair, with a correction.
We have a motion by Commissioner Varela. Do we have a second? We have a second by Commissioner Trujillo. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. So we have an approved minutes for the November the 9th. The next one is the minutes for December the 8th, 2020. Are there any comments or questions on the minutes of December the 8th? I'm guessing that Commissioner Medina and Commissioner Sena will probably abstain on this one as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, sir.
Okay. Do we have a motion to approve the minutes for December the 8th, 2020? We have a motion by Commissioner Trujillo. Do we have a second?
Second, Mr. Chairman.
We have a second by Commissioner Varela. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. We have approved minutes for December the 8th, 2020. Okay, the next one is approval of the minutes for this January the 1st, 2021, the special meeting. Are there any questions on that particular set of minutes? No questions? Do we have a motion to approve the minutes of January the 1st, 2021?
So move, Mr. Chairman.
We have a motion by Commissioner Trujillo. Do we have a second?
Second?
We have a commissioner by Commissioner Medina. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. We have an approved set of minutes for January the 1st, 2021. Next item is the minutes for January the 14th, 2021. Are there any questions or comments on those minutes? Hearing none, do we have a motion to approve the minutes for January the 14th, 2021? We have a motion by Commissioner Trujillo. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second by Commissioner Sena. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. We have approved minutes for January the 14th. The next item is the minutes for January the 26th, 2021. Do we have any questions or comments on those minutes? Hearing none, do we have a motion to approve the minutes of January the 26th, 2021?
So move, Mr. Chair.
We have a motion by Commissioner Medina. Do we have a second? We have a second by Commissioner Trujillo. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. So we have approved minutes for January the 26th, 2021. Thank you very much. Next order of business, do we have anybody for public input? Did anybody sign up, Madam Manager?
Mr. Chair, the last I heard, we have not had anybody sign up at the time that was specified.
Thank you. Okay, the next order of business, under new business, is Victor Reyes logged in?
Yeah, he's there.
I'm on, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Mr. Reyes, on behalf, I'd like to recognize you on behalf of San Miguel County. And I'm going to present you with a plaque. But before I present you with a plaque, there's a few things I'd like to say. Mr. Reyes has been very instrumental to us. This is like an echo. He's been very instrumental to us, San Miguel County, with legislative issues that we've had this past 2 years. One perfect example was last year, I received a call from Victor on a Saturday morning asking me what San Miguel County's priorities were. And, we were able to identify those priorities. And when it was all said and done, the priorities that we identified to Victor were in fact appropriated by the the legislature. We came out with almost $1 million from that. Most recently, we had a CDBG hearing, and Victor was the chairman of the CDC Council. And, we were soliciting money for the community development block grant in my district, which is Country Acres. And we were able to secure $750,000 through the assistance of Victor. And so those are two examples of how San Miguel County has been able to benefit with funds for capital improvements for San Miguel County. In addition to that, Victor has become very involved with us with the COVID situation that we've had. Our city mayor, Luis Trujillo, has had quite a few virtual meetings, and Mr. Reyes has been at those meetings, and there's been a lot of involvement from him with assistance to us. And so I'd like to read this plaque, and then I'm going to ask for Victor to say a few words. Victor, can you hear me?
I can, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Victor, I'd like to present this plaque to you that says the following. San Miguel County Board of Commissioners recognizes Victor Reyes this 9th day of February 2021 for your hard work and dedication given to San Miguel County these past few years. And it's got the San Miguel County Commission listed on there. So I'd like to thank you, Victor, on behalf of the county for everything that you've done. I know that you're not at the governor's office anymore. So at this time, I'd like to turn it over to you to say a few words.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the commission, for this honor. It's something that touches me to the deepest parts of my heart. The work that we've been able to accomplish together throughout the past 2 years is something that's remarkable. Each and every one of you stand up to make sure that your constituents have what they need, that they're not overlooked, making sure that the infrastructure needs that our communities depend on are met. And during this pandemic, this community rose up in a way that needs to be commended and recognized throughout the entire state. You were proactive, you were aggressive, and with the work that you did undoubtedly saved lives. I'm so proud to have had the opportunity to work with San Miguel County and communities across the state throughout the last 2 years of my service with Governor Michelle Lujan Grisham. I'm very honored to be able to be here today. I've said it before, but I believe that family isn't just the people that you share blood with. It's truly the people that you build a community with. It's the people who open their table and open their arms. And I consider this group to be like family. I consider this community and communities across the state to be family for me. And so being able to advocate for communities across the state throughout this pandemic, making sure that nobody lacks the resources they need, and to be able to provide that voice for you whenever I can is something that has been an honor for me. I thank you for the work, for the public service that you do. Public service is an honor given in trust, and you earn that trust each and every day. Thank you for doing that, for demonstrating what remarkable public service and leadership is. I'm truly honored and humbled to receive this plaque and this award. It means the world to me. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Victor.
Thank you,
And
Victor.
I don't know if you could see it, but this is the plaque that we're presenting to Mr. Reyes. Good luck to you, Victor, and I hope that we get to visit with you in Washington soon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate it. Thank you, commissioners, for your time. It means a lot to me, and thank you for this incredible honor.
Thank
Is
you.
there anyone else?
Gracias. Buenas tardes. We'll see you guys soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Victor. Okay, next item is presentation of a plaque of retirement. And we have our, hold on, let me get this. I'm sorry. We have Mr. Matt Elwell to present. Is Deputy Antonio Padilla here or no? Deputy Warden? No? Okay, so we're going to have Warden Elwell present to Ms. Arlinda Romero. Mr. Awal.
Chairman, Commissioners, it is my great honor to present a retirement plaque to Miss Erlinda Romero. She spent 14 years, her 14-year career in the San Miguel County Detention Center, serving the public, keeping the public safe, keeping individuals who are in our custody safe. Most of her career was spent in the customer service area, where she not only dealt with the detainees, but she dealt with the public, attorneys, families, friends. She's gained massive respect from everyone that she's met and everyone she's dealt with in the community. I wish her well. Along with her retirement, we will be retiring her badge. Badge number 220 is officially retired along with Miss Erlinda Romero, and congratulations.
I just want to say thank you for me being here. It was a good experience for me. I learned a lot. And I got to know a lot of people. And I just want to say thank you to everybody.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Erlinda.
Congratulations.
Thank you,
Congratulations.
Erlinda.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much, Mr. Romero. I'm one that every time that I'd go to the county jail, I'd have to go through Miss Erlinda, and every time that I was there, she was always very cordial and very always busy dealing with mail or dealing with issues there, but always greeting us as well. And I'd like to say thank you on behalf of San Miguel County, Erlinda, and we're gonna miss you. Thank you. Anyone else would like to say anything? No?
I would like
Okay.
to say something, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Councilor Romero?
As an attorney, not a client, when I'd go by and visit it, she was always very professional, responsive, understanding who was there, what the parameters were, the degree of security needed. And just because I was an attorney, she wouldn't let me do anything that I wasn't supposed to do. She was the boss, she knew it, and people respected her because it's a area where the security is so critical, and making sure you know who you're dealing with and what the person is there for. And she was the first person that we as citizens and professionals, when we walk into the jail, we see her, she smiles, she makes us welcome, she explains for those of us that don't understand what the procedure is, what the process is, why it is so important. And being a local, she has that understanding of how families come in very emotional to jails, maybe to visit friends, relatives, children, and how some behavior should not be allowed, but other behavior is allowed, and trying to make it as comfortable a place for both the innocent and guilty as they go through the process, the legal system, the law enforcement system, a real professional.
Thank you, Mr. Romero. Yes, ma'am. Melinda? Thank you, Madam Manager. Thank you, Ms. Romero, for your service, and good luck.
Enjoy retirement.
Okay, moving on to regular business. Item 1 is resolution in support of establishing a state public bank. And we have Madam Vice Chair Janice Varela and Commissioner Trujillo, who are co-hosting, sponsoring this particular item. So I'll go ahead and turn it over to Commissioner Varela, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I could defer to Mr. Trujillo, who is in the chambers. And I'm expecting the Gambles, Dee and George Gamble, to present. They did present this idea to the commission last year, about 5-6 months ago. And I thought it was very interesting. I was on the board of the New Mexico Community Loan Development Fund that provided loans and opportunities for individuals and nonprofit organizations who banks would not touch and help. So this is a wonderful opportunity. I think we need to look at this to see how we can provide opportunities for our people in our community who will need the banking services. So I don't know, Commissioner Trujillo, do you have anything to add before we go to our presenters?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Yes, so when they had, or when we had this presentation by the Gamble, I thought it very intriguing and I thought it was very beneficial what state public bank could do for some of our.
He's muted.
You're muted.
No?
Yeah, I'm not there.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, so during that last presentation, when the Gambles came by and gave us this presentation, I was very intrigued and actually relieved that there's another option for residents and small businesses in New Mexico to have another avenue to obtain capital to sustain their businesses and their livelihoods. And I see that this movement, if you will, has taken hold, and there's actually a couple of bills or a bill at the legislature right now recognizing this effort. I believe it's sponsored by Senator Steinborn, and I applaud him for taking that on. And I think, you know, in his wisdom, he can see also that there's a big need for this kind of banking in small communities and across the state. There's a lot of people in need that sometimes banks won't touch, as you said, Madam Vice Chair. And some of these people are credit worthy. They're as worthy as anybody else. They have vision, they have potential. And some of these community banks, state banks, they see that potential, and they're not as reluctant to loan money to somebody in need. And that's why it intrigued me enough to support this idea. And you know, if anybody, I'm sure the Gambles are here to answer questions, and as well as Ms. Lehan. So I will turn it over to you folks. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it. And hello again. We're glad to see you and to see several new members as well.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'm Dee Gamble, and this is my husband George. And
Hello.
we're outreach volunteers with the Alliance for Economic Prosperity, which is a statewide nonprofit that is supporting this campaign for a state public bank in New Mexico. As mentioned, the bills to establish the New Mexico Public Bank have been introduced in the current legislative session. SB 313, sponsored by Jeff Steinborn, and HB 236, it's the identical bill, is sponsored by Representatives Patricia Roybal Caballero and Elizabeth Thompson. We have endorsements from the cities of Las Cruces, Albuquerque, and Santa Fe, and the County of Santa Fe. Also, the New Mexico Credit Union Association and the New Mexico Food and Agriculture Policy Council, and numerous other organizations have endorsed this idea. Our leadership has worked for nearly 10 years to study the value of such legislation and engaged in discussions with State Treasurer, the State Economic Development Department, and others to determine the pros and cons of a state bank for New Mexico. With the Anderson School at UNM, we have developed a plan for how the bank might be structured, how it would be capitalized, and how it would operate in partnership with community banks, credit unions, municipalities, tribal entities, CDFs, and across the state with numerous organizations. We're motivated to promote a public bank in part by our visits across the counties in our volunteer area, where we see the need for boosting the vitality of every town and village. Also, we, like you, are determined to raise New Mexico up from low measures it constantly receives from every indicator of family well-being. New Mexico is not a poor state, and we all have to work to change that perspective by finding ways to invest in resources in culturally appropriate social and economic development. Your chairperson has given us several questions to respond to, and maybe if that's all right with all of you, we'll start with responding to those questions.
Yes,
Yeah?
please do.
Okay. Cheers.
And then after we respond to those questions, we'd be happy to respond to any other questions. First, how will the locally owned banks be affected by this proposed state bank you're requesting us to support? Currently, Las Vegas, San Miguel County currently has 2 locally owned banks. Well, a public bank is not a retail bank. A public bank is a banker's bank. It is not a bank in which you or I could open up an account. It is a bank that works in cooperation with local community banks, credit unions, municipalities, tribal entities, CDFIs, regional economic development districts. It could provide school districts or municipalities financing opportunities rather than them requiring a bond issue. The conditions of the relationship between the state public bank and community banks is one of partnership that is spelled out in the bills that are submitted.
The next question, I'll go on from there unless you
Yes.
want to interrupt.
No, go ahead and proceed.
Okay. The next question was, how many states in the US actually have state-owned banks? And how have the states having a state bank benefited from having a state bank? Well, as a matter of fact, the only state that has a state-owned bank is North Dakota, and it's just over 100 years old. In recent months, the states of Washington, Oregon, and New York have introduced legislation to establish a public bank, as well as the cities of Philadelphia and San Francisco. Other states and cities have groups that are moving toward this idea, and it's been a rather strong movement since 2008, and there are all kinds of studies and proposals for legislation. You can Google the Bank of North Dakota to explore their reports from recent years. Here's what we know from their reports and research from other financial institutions. In 2020, the Bank of North Dakota was able to extend $1.7 billion in PPP loans through community banks to small businesses. That is roughly $2,200 per resident of North Dakota. In the same period, community banks and credit unions in New Mexico did lend $1.2 billion in PPP loans to small businesses, coming to about $570 per resident. In New Mexico, community banks did help 9,500 small businesses, but in North Dakota, 20,000 small businesses were able to get help thanks to early efforts of the Bank of North Dakota and those relationships that community banks and credit unions already had established with the residents of their counties. Community banks and credit unions are in fact invested in their communities. They know their communities and want to see their communities prosper. And that is exactly why the public bank partners with them. Go ahead.
How do municipalities and counties benefit from a state bank? Municipalities and counties always have needs for infrastructure, for buildings to house health centers, schools, childcare centers, farmers markets, etc. Rather than taking out a loan that, taking out a bond that costs much more because of the many service fees, why not borrow money from a state public bank? The best part is when that loan at a very low interest rate is repaid, the return on investment comes back to the public bank, which then provides more money to be invested in your community or another New Mexican community. New Mexico grows resources for investments rather than allowing them to leak out of the state to corporate bank shareholders.
Also, when community banks can expand their customer base by providing access to more loans, the whole community gains. More money is circulated locally, and pretty soon, Main Street starts looking brighter. Well, the next question was, how will a state-owned bank be started? And how will it be able to sustain itself? The plan from both the bill and the earlier business plan is that the public bank would be capitalized with $50 million from the state severance fund. Then a second $50 million would be deposited by the state from funds it currently has deposited in global banks. The original deposit would be used to leverage as much as 10 times the amount to offer the first loans. The interest paid from those loans is what sustains the bank and builds a foundation of funds to be reinvested in thousands of projects all across the state of New Mexico.
Last question. How strong do you feel about being endorsed by the locally owned banks with your efforts? Have you requested their support? If so, what are the results regarding support or lack thereof? We would very much like to have the support and endorsement of community banks, just as we have the endorsement of the New Mexico State Credit Union Association. We have requested their support, and our leadership has tried to gain the support of the New Mexico Independent Community Bankers Association. However, that organization is currently rejecting the idea of a public bank because they believe erroneously that a state bank would be their competition. We are not certain how many New Mexico community banks are actually members of the New Mexico Independent Community Bankers Association. Only 5 are listed on their website as affiliate members. We believe that that means that they mean well, but just do not understand the way this legislation could actually help them grow, just as has happened in North Dakota. North Dakota now has more community banks per capita than any other state in the union. New Mexico, like many other states, has been losing community banks to big corporate banks. And that's the end of us addressing those 5 questions. We would welcome the opportunity to elaborate on those questions or answers and anything else that you have.
And also perhaps Pat would like to speak with regard to local interest.
Yes, thank you. Just briefly, Harold, those are great questions that actually covered the ground that I was going to cover. So that makes my job easier. So what I'll do is just briefly tell you that our 12-year-old intern, Ada, at the Peace and Justice Center, wanted to present to you today, but I couldn't work out the logistics. So I'll just convey to you what she had to say. She has studied this for months, the Public Banking Act and the North Dakota model, and she really wants to see it for New Mexico. And there are some really specific reasons why. She's amazing. She says she wants you all to take the circle or loop approach rather than the straight line, because the straight line model is our money immediately leaving the state, potentially up to half of what a project could cost, leaving the state and going into the pockets of Wall Street investors. She wants you instead to take the circle model as the one you support, where the money stays right here. There aren't fees and interest that go off out of state to other people. It all stays here, and we can save a lot of money and make projects up to 40% more affordable. So Ada asks, what's a project in San Miguel County that we're really committed to that we need money for? And right away, I mentioned the Treatment and Recovery Center that you all have recently voted to be the fiscal agent for. Thank you for that. This is something since 2003, the Peace and Justice Center has been asking for and working towards, along with a lot of others. So that's an example of a project. So how would that work through our banks? Ada and her friends would come to you. The county would say, yep, we're gonna fund a portion of that. Let's look into that. Then you would go to our local bank. Then they would go on our behalf to the public bank, come back with money that would be channeled through our local bank and support this treatment and recovery center. And the fact that we could make our money that much more efficient, Melinda would know this. If we can say we're going to save up to 40% on a project, that's remarkable. So we do hope that you will support this resolution. The Peace and Justice Center has 3 areas of focus: social justice, economic justice, and environmental justice. This project is a perfect example of how we can bring more in economic justice to New Mexico. So we hope that you'll support Senate Bill 313 and House Bill 236, the Public Banking Act. Thank you.
Thank you, Pat. Are there any comments or questions from the commission? Yes, sir, Mr. Medina, Commissioner Medina.
Been doing this, and I talked to Dee on the phone, and she explained it very well, just as they did now. And it's something that I not only would
Sorry, cannot hear you.
Commissioner Medina, you're on mute.
You're muted.
I'm sorry, my bad. As I was saying, being a newcomer to the commission again and talking with Ms. D on the phone, she explained it real well, where I think it's, I don't know if she had been a car salesperson at one time, but she sold me the first day. So I just want to thank you for your efforts, you and your husband. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Medina. Any further comments or questions? Hearing none, I guess we could read the resolution or not. I think it's been explained to us what the intent of the item is. And so at this point, I'm going to request for a motion to adopt the resolution number 02-09-2021 CM02. Do we have a motion?
Motion to adopt, Madam, Mr. Chair.
We have a motion by Commissioner Trujillo to adopt. Do we have a second?
Second, Mr. Chair.
We have a second by Commissioner Varela. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, same sign. At this time, I'd like to take a roll call vote, please.
Chairman Harold Garcia,
Yes.
Madam Vice Chair Janice Varela,
Yes.
Commissioner Max Trujillo,
Yes.
Commissioner Martin Sena,
Yes.
and Commissioner Kenneth Medina.
Yes, ma'am.
Motion carries. We have an adopted resolution. Thank you very much.
Thank you very
Next,
much for hearing this.
you bet. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item is Resolution 2021-02-09 CM, a resolution opposing House Bill 4 of the first session of the 55th Legislature, urging the New Mexico Legislature to provide more resources for behavioral health prevention and treatment, since behavioral health issues are at the root cause of many civil rights claims against local governments, and recommending damage caps on any new civil rights cause and actions, as well as funding for any increased costs associated with this. And so we have our interim manager, Melinda Gonzalez, to present. Ms. Gonzalez?
House Bill 4 is being presented to the legislature, which would allow individuals to sue.
I'm sorry, you're on mute.
You're on mute, Melinda.
Can you hear me?
No.
Okay,
Now you're
now,
Good.
okay. House Bill 4 has been introduced to the legislature that would allow caps to be removed for lawsuits against law enforcement, and would allow people to sue individuals in actions that they do on behalf of the counties or local governments that they serve. And what this bill is going to do is, because that there's open-ended amounts of monies that could be claimed on these acts, it's going to make the counties uninsurable. And so in association with the Association of Counties and with other counties, we're asking for this resolution to be passed opposing House Bill 44. House Bill 4, sorry. And I could read the resolution if you would like me to.
Sure, please.
Whereas in Laws 2020, First Special Session, Chapter 1, House Bill 5, in response to certain high-profile civil rights violations by law enforcement officers in other states, the New Mexico legislature created the New Mexico Civil Rights Commission to develop policy proposals for the creation of a civil right of action for the deprivation by public body or a person acting on behalf of or under the authority of a public body of any right, privilege, or immunity secured by the Constitution of New Mexico. And whereas a divided commission voted 5-4 to recommend that the legislature create a new state law cause of action for violations of the New Mexico Constitution that would not include a cap of compensatory damages, which is a break from the long-standing balance struck in the New Mexico Torts Claim Act between compensating those harmed by government action and the public good. And it would mandate the award of litigation expenses and attorney's fees for prevailing plaintiffs, which could exceed the damage awards to plaintiffs and are based upon hourly rates over $450 an hour. And whereas the Commission's recommendation legislation was largely introduced into the first session of the 55th Legislature of the State of New Mexico as House Bill 4, and whereas a new cause of action is unnecessary to address New Mexico's constitutional deprivations by law enforcement officers, including detention officers at county jails, since the Tort Claim Act already waives sovereign immunity for such claims, and qualified immunity is not a defense to such claims. And whereas the Torts Claim Act allows plaintiffs to recover damages awards up to $1,050,000 and does not allow for the recovery of litigation expenses and attorney fees. And whereas the New Mexico Torts Claim Act balances compensating those damages by government action and the public good, since insurance premiums and uninsured claim costs take money that would otherwise be available for essential government services. And whereas research by the New Mexico counties presented to the Commission demonstrated that New Mexico, one of the poorest states in the Union, already allows for some of the highest damage awards in the county for state law claims against law enforcement officers. And whereas eliminating caps and mandating the award of litigation expenses and attorney fees will increase the cost of claims and will likely encourage more claims to be filed. And whereas the New Mexico counties and other governmental entities also demonstrated that a new cause of action would cause reinsurance and other insurance coverage to no longer be available to the New Mexico County Insurance Authority. And whereas the unavailability of reasonably priced insurance will cause local governments to self-insure significant risk, which will divert scarce resources from the very services that proponents of the new cause of action are trying to improve to individual claimants and their attorneys. And whereas the new cause of action carries the risks of unintended negative consequences, including the elimination of services or the privatization of services. Whereas uninsured judgments that cannot be satisfied through existing resources will be paid by our citizens through property taxes levied to meet the judgment. Whereas many challenges faced by local law enforcement and county jails stem from occurring substance abuse and mental health disorders in the population with which they interact. And whereas instead of diverting resources to individual claims, the legislature should be providing more resources to serve this population, which would minimize their interaction with law enforcement and keep them out of county jails. And whereas information presented to the commission demonstrated that the New Mexico Law Enforcement Academy needs additional resources to better train law enforcement officers and timely discharge its goal of investigating law enforcement officers accused of misconduct. And whereas timely removing the certification of so-called bad cops would more effectively and quickly meet the goal of improving law enforcement by avoiding the recycling of such bad actors among law enforcement departments. And whereas a new cause of action would apply to any public body defined as state or local governments, an advisory board, a commission, an agency, or an entity created by the Constitution of New Mexico, or any branch of government that receives public funding, including political subdivisions, special tax districts, school districts, and institutions of higher education, or a person acting on its behalf, where such a broadly drawn cause of action could have far-reaching ramifications in areas not duly considered by the Commission, including actions by former students against school districts for failing to provide adequate education as required by Article 7, Section 1. Now therefore be it resolved by the Board of County Commissioners of San Miguel County, it opposes House Bill 4 in its current form since it is unnecessary because victims of state constitutional violations by law enforcement officers, including detention officers, can already bring lawsuits for money damages for violations of the New Mexico constitutional rights under existing law. It will not address the root cause of many claims against local governments, namely the lack of adequate state resources to treat substance abuse and mental health disorders in our community. It will further harden the public liability insurance market, requiring local governments to self-insure more risk and creating the real possibility that property taxes will need to be imposed to meet uninsured judgments. It will likely be ineffective at driving reform or otherwise improving law enforcement or other services because it will divert resources from law enforcement and detention officer recruitment, retention, and training, and other critical services to claims. And it may be unintended negative consequences such as eliminating critically high-risk services, reduction of resources to educate students, and a return to privatization of detention facilities to transfer risk to private companies. If a new state law cause of action for the deprivation of the New Mexico Constitution right is enacted, it urges the legislature to enact caps on compensatory damages comparable to those in the Tort Claims Act, and not allow the award of litigation expense and attorney fees to prevailing plaintiffs, which will increase the cost of all claims and will likely encourage more claims to be filed, including those with minimal damages. It urges the legislature to invest in behavioral health prevention and treatment, to address the root cause of many law enforcement claims against local governments, and revamping and improving the operations of the New Mexico Law Enforcement Academy.
Thank you, Madam Manager. Do we have any comments or questions from the commission? Anyone else that would like to speak with regards to this issue?
Sure.
Yes, sir, Commissioner Trujillo.
I agree with this resolution wholeheartedly. I think that, you know, our self-insurance fund with the New Mexico Counties Association of Counties is in a good place right now, and we have we're, you know, we're growing every year, and with legislation like this, it could deplete the funds in that self-insurance fund to a place where we would not only um, jeopardize our being able to go out into open insurance markets, but it would deplete the self-insurance fund to a point where we won't be able to recover from you know, many lawsuits without any caps, and it would, I think it would cause I think it would cause a huge deficit in the state's budget, including the Association of County Self-Insurance Fund. And for that reason, I support this resolution opposing House Bill 4 or Senate Bill 4. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Trujillo. I also agree with Commissioner Trujillo and our manager. This is a very creative way to defund our law enforcement in New Mexico. And you know, this has been talked about quite a bit, and it's coming to us, to the legislature, and I also support the resolution that we have before us. Any further discussion? No? Hearing none, do we have a motion to adopt resolution resolution 2021-0209-CM?
Motion to adopt, Mr. Chairman.
We have a motion by Commissioner Varela. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second by Commissioner Trujillo. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. I'd like to have a roll call vote, please.
Chairman Harold Garcia,
Yes.
Madam Vice Chair Janice Varela,
Yes.
Commissioner Max Trujillo,
Yes.
Commissioner Martin Sena,
Yes.
and Commissioner Kenneth Medina.
Yes, ma'am.
We have a adopted resolution. Thank you very much. Next item is resolution to submit application to Department of Finance for FY22 DWI grant. And we have Mr. Jesus Romero, our DWI coordinator, to present.
Mr.
Mr.
Chair.
Chair, point of order, did we skip number 3, COVID update?
Okay, I'm sorry. Yes, we did. Thank you, Commissioner Varela. Okay, sorry about that. Next item is item 3, COVID-19 update, and we have Mr. Leo Maestas to present. Sorry about that, Mr. Maestas. Mr. Maestas. Good afternoon.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Very faint.
Get a little closer here. Good afternoon. First, I'd like to start off by thanking all our agencies that have assisted us and stepped to get our county one day closer to the end of this pandemic. It's been a long road. We've been doing this for about a year. We're all aware of that, wearing our masks and washing our hands and staying socially distant from our families and friends. But again, I wanted to thank our San Miguel Fire Department, our Sheriff's Office, the City of Las Vegas Fire Department, the City of Las Vegas Police Department, our NMDOT, Las Vegas Senior Center, I can't remember the other group name, Rotary Club, I'm sorry, Rotary Club. Also, we'd like to also thank our East and West school districts for allowing us to use some of their facilities during our testing and vaccination sites. Also, I wanted to thank our hardest workers during the pandemic, which is Miss Dominique Martinez and her staff at the Public Health Office. Also, Miss Melinda Carson Bailey and all her staff at Vista Hospital. Mr. Matt Probst at El Centro. They've all been working tirelessly, almost 7 days a week, at all hours trying to get tests done and now moving into vaccinations for all our community. Now we can move into some of the data. I think Mr. Trujillo supplying us with some data that I sent him. Globally, we're looking at just over 106 million cases of coronavirus right now globally. As you can see further down, here in the United States, we're sitting just over 27 million cases, which is more than double the next country at 10 million cases. Also, we wanted to move into our next page there, if you would, Mr. Trujillo. This is our local numbers for New Mexico. We're sitting at 177 cases, I'm sorry. If you slide down on the screen, obviously everybody knows that we are one of the few counties that are in the yellow, one of 6 counties. There's 2 criteria to get us into either yellow or green. We, in the last 2 weeks, or the 2 weeks prior to these 2 weeks, we did meet one of the criteria, was having a positive case rate of less than 5%. The new update for this will come out tomorrow, and we're hoping that we'll still stay in the yellow. I don't believe that we'll meet the green just yet, but things are looking good. If you look at all our cases throughout the statewide, there's been a few days that we haven't had any cases here in New Mexico. Part of what makes up the case count is how many tests are we doing here locally. Department of Health and Alta Vista, we're doing tests up to this past week. So now we're moving into doing a curative test. If you click on one of those next testing sites up on the top, if you would. So we've moved into curative oral saliva testing. We're doing that 4 days a week at our Las Vegas Recreation Center. It's a very less invasive system that we do. You schedule prior to going to the site on the curative.com website. They ask you some general questions, insurance information, or if you don't have insurance, they also ask you that. Again, it's an oral swab. We ask the actual patient themselves to do the swabbing. It comes in a little case like this. It comes with the swab and a vial. We then ask the patient to take the swab out of the casing, swab inside the right cheek for 5 seconds, the left cheek for 5 seconds, under the tongue for 5 seconds, and the roof of the mouth for 5 seconds. Then we send it, we put it in the enclosed vial, and we overnight them to a lab, and the patient would receive the results within 48 hours of the date that they tested. We took this over from Department of Health so that they could primarily, also Alta Vista Hospital, so that they could primarily focus on vaccination sites. So like I said, Alta Vista Hospital and Department of Health has ceased to do testing, and that is taken on now with our departments and with the partnership of City of Las Vegas. We're doing that at the Recreation Center, again, Monday through Thursday, 9 o'clock to 12. If you click on one of the other, I believe that's one of the others. So this is the site that I want to talk about on screening and testing. If you close into San Miguel County or the City of Las Vegas, it will show you the 2 testing sites. If you scroll down on the search bar there and you search by city location, if you slide down, further down if you would, search by city, and you scroll down further, it's going to give you the 2 sites that are showing for testing availability in the city, which is the City of Las Vegas Recreation Center, which is a site that we are taking on, and the other would be Central Family Health, which is primarily focused towards their patients. Again, there is testing available at the Pecos Valley Medical Center. I'm not too familiar exactly how many days a week that they are doing it, but it is available in that region. Obviously, a lot of our constituents that live in the western part of the county frequent to Santa Fe to get tested. So that's pretty much the testing part. And Shall, if we can move into vaccination now on one of the others. So this first screen is the Department of Health's registration screen. We ask all the individuals, if you would click there on the first tab, create a new profile. You fill out general information. If you slide further down on, just go ahead and slide down, if you would. General information, contact information. If you further down, it's going to ask you for medical information. This is the portion that is critical for individuals and constituents to fill out. If they are not honest with the system and have one of these qualifying underlying health conditions, then it's going to be a little longer for them to get the event code for one of our vaccinations. We have a lot of individuals that come to our sites and say, I filled it out. I haven't received I haven't received an event code. Then I ask them if I can help them with it, come to find out that they still have some boxes that are red in their profile. So it's crucial that if you have any trouble filling out this digitally, somebody help you so that we can confirm that your profile is completed so that you do get the event code when we do have one of our qualifying vaccination sites. Our vaccination sites, again, are by appointment only. We're doing vaccination sites at Memorial Middle School on Tuesdays and Thursdays. And we have different dates for the vaccination sites that we do at Alta Vista Hospital. Also, El Centro is doing vaccination sites as well, but they're trying to target their 75 and over audience, which they have quite a bit of or patients that fall into that criteria. Again, when we do our sites, they are by appointment only. So let's say we have an appointment, like today we had an appointment. I'm actually sitting here at our vaccination site at Memorial Middle School. You would have received, if you're in the qualifying group, you would have received that event code the week prior. So on a vaccination site like this at Memorial Middle School, we vaccinate 300 individuals on a given day. So that event code gets broadcasted to 600, 700, 800 individuals. The first 300 individuals that get in there and schedule their appointment are the individuals that we get the list for to give vaccines to. Again, Department of Health vets those individuals to make sure that they're in the qualifying groups. The qualifying groups right now, we're finishing off anybody else that's left in 1A, which is direct patient care, direct medical care, first responders. And then we've moved into the first portion of 1B. 1B is 75 and over and 16 and over with qualifying underlying health conditions. It's going to be some time before we move into the second part of 1B, and then obviously moving into further down the road 1C, which would be probably not until the spring portion. It's hard for us to move into new populations because not only are we trying to do first doses, we still have to vaccinate for the second dose or booster shot, how they say, for all these individuals. So it takes some time to get through and get into new populations. Does anybody have any questions for me?
I do, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Trujillo.
Let's see if I can get the unmuted. Mr. Maestas, what's the outlook for future dose allocation for San Miguel County? I know we're doing really well, and I know you guys are using virtually every dose you can get your hands on, and I commend you for that. I think you guys are doing an amazing job with that. But is there any indication that we are going to get more? Because I know the people in San Miguel County are doing really good, and they're ready for this vaccine and ready for this nightmare to be over. So any indication from DOH or from the Fed or anybody?
So if Mr. Trujillo populate that last screen, the vaccination screen that we had there, I apologize. So one more page. there should be one more page with our vaccination or there should be one more link. So that last link that I sent is actually the dashboard for vaccination in the Department of Health. We are actually sitting at number 4 in the state with vaccine administration per capita. Let's see if we get it here. Nope. If you would just type in vaccine dashboard, NMDOH vaccine dashboard. Bear with us, folks. 1 second. Apologize. There you go. Okay, so this gives you an idea of how many vaccines we've given out, how many we've received, and how many have received their second dose. No, this is I'm sorry, go back a screen. Back one, back out. Vaccine dashboard. Okay, here we go. So right now we're just over 342,000 vaccines administered in the state of New Mexico. If you scroll down on the screen, it shows that we are number 4. Keep further down. Keep going. It shows right here we're number 4 in vaccine administration. That was as of last week. We are on goal to vaccinate another 1,100 individuals between Alta Vista Hospital and our public health site, which is at Memorial Middle School. Again, El Centro does those sites as well. As far as vaccine administration or vaccine allocation per county, they have determined that to be based off of population. Obviously, the Metro and Bernalillo County has a higher population. Doña County has a higher population. So we're getting those vaccines to our constituents and to our sites based off of that. And no vaccine has gone wasted. There's sites where we have a few vaccines left over, and we ask the Department of Health to send another vaccine, not go to waste.
Thank you, Mr. Maestas.
Yes, sir.
And anybody else have any questions?
Yes, Mr.
Commissioner
Chair.
Varela.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Maestas, for this update. It's always informative and always learn a lot about what's going on, but sometimes the more we learn, the more we're confused. So I was hearing conflicting information about when a member, an individual who's tested positive can go out in public. If they've been in isolation for 10 to 14 days, if they could go out and not necessarily have to wait to get a negative test back. Is that the case of what the protocol is for behavior?
Yes, so the isolation period after a known positive is 10 days after you test positive or 10 days after your last symptom. I'm sorry, 10 days after your first showed symptoms. So 10 days of your positive test taken or 10 days from the first time you showed symptoms. And you do not
So
need
a person
to get
doesn't have
you do not need to get a negative test to return to work, because what we're seeing is that some individuals will continue to test positive for 2 and 3 months after they've acquired a positive test.
So it seems like that is new information, or that we don't need to be worried that those people are going to be contagious or carrying the virus to others. Is that right?
Yes, that's where the 10-day shedding period comes into effect.
Okay, okay, thank you. And I have one more question, and that is about the schools. We know that it's up to the school districts whether or not they'll return in person. And I'm asking about the PEPLO schools, and I guess for all of our schools in our county. What about the teachers and school staff? Are they in group 1B or would they be 1C? Unless they have underlying health conditions.
Right. So again, 1A is direct patient care. So that any type of physician, dentist, physical therapy, anybody has direct patient care. 1B is, again, categorized. We have a chart or a ladder within 1B. And teachers and students, well, I mean, not teachers, teachers and childcare, I'm sorry. Teachers and childcare fall under 1B. We are targeting the first part of 1B on the direction of Department of Health and the state government to target those groups primarily first. When we first started our 1B category, not all our sites had access to the Department of Health's website to send us a list of who was qualifying. The first day we did a large site at Alta Vista Hospital, we did target all the groups in 1B, which is essential workers, which was teachers, direct childcare, 75 and over, and 16 and over. After we did that site, Department of Health asked the whole state to not do that, to only go off of the 75 and over and 16 and over. That's how a few of our teachers were able to get their vaccine on that first go round.
Okay, thank you for that, Mr.
It's been a continuing, evolving situation. Every week, things change from Department of Health, direction where we go with things. So stay tuned. Every week, like I said, things can change.
Thank you. I have one more follow-up question. Thank you for this information. And that is because we're in Pecos, and like you said, some of our people go to Santa Fe for the COVID test. What about for vaccines? Will the Department of Health just go with based on what they have in our registration, whether they could send us to Vegas or Santa Fe or wherever, or I don't think we're doing them in Pecos as I know of. Would they just send people in this area wherever they can come up first on the sites?
So the individuals that receive a site code for a vaccine site are based off of primary residence. So if you're a resident of Pecos, which we see tons of people coming in from Pecos and they have a hard time finding our vaccine sites because they're not familiar with our area as well, you would get it from our only county. So if you're registered from Santa Fe County, you shouldn't be receiving a vaccine code for a vaccine site in San Miguel County.
Thank you. So we'll be getting it for San Miguel, which will be to Vegas. That answers my question. Thanks, Leo. Thank you so much.
And they are doing vaccines out of the Pecos Valley Medical Center. It's a small portion of vaccines every day, but it's all by appointment only. Yes.
And are they deciding who gets them? Is it or is that from Department of Health? Do they have to be on that 1A list?
Every vaccine site is given a list by Department of Health of who receives it for that day.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions or comments?
No, sir.
I do, Chair.
Did I hear somebody?
Chairman Garcia.
Sure, Shanna.
Yes, sir, Mr. Sena.
Thank you, Mr. Maestas, for all your hard work, everything that you, your staff, everyone involved in this endeavor, what you guys are doing. It is a very serious issue, and I think you guys are tackling it appropriately. I wanted to ask, what would be the possibility of getting some vaccines, or see if it's possible to get the San Miguel clinic in El Valle able to also provide vaccines to the residents in that area?
So the clinic in San Miguel is part of the El Centro systems. All their patients are directed to go to El Centro. And I don't know if they actually go to San Miguel to give them, but I know that they are targeting all their audience, all of their patients from El Centro.
Thank you. I think we want to try to make this convenient to everyone to be able to get these vaccines. And I think it'd be important if we could get those vaccines administered at the San Miguel clinic as well.
I will communicate that with Mr. Probst at El Centro to see and make sure that they are getting enough to the area, targeting that area.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments?
No, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Maestas, for your continued hard work and your dedication. It is truly appreciated. Next
Yes,
item.
last, if I'm sorry,
Okay.
just real quick, if I may, our vaccine, I mean, our swabbing site that we're doing at the recreation center, we're having some difficulty with getting people to volunteer to help out. You don't have to have a medical background. Again, the test is administered by the patient, by the person that's driving up in their vehicle. If anybody, again, Rotary has stepped up and given us some individuals that are willing to do that. If you have anybody that would like to volunteer, again, it's 9 to 12, Monday to Thursday. It's very simple. I can run them through the just-in-time training. Please contact us and let us know.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Leo.
Next item, item number 4, resolution to submit application to Department of Finance for FY22 DWI grant. And we have Mr. Jesus Romero to present.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Garcia, Madam Chair, Vice Chair Varela, members of the Commission. I come here before you today with a resolution seeking your approval to submit our yearly FY22 grant application to the Department of Finance in order to participate with the in the LDWI grant and distribution program. We're looking to go with the same distribution and grant amount that we have in the last year. It seemed pretty substantial. We are allocated for more money, but you know, in the situation that we're at, it's a suitable amount of money for the department to thrive. And with that, I stand for any questions.
Just one question to Melinda. Have you reviewed this, Melinda, and are you okay with that?
She's muted.
You're muted.
I'm sorry, Chair and Commissioners. Yes, I have read this resolution and I am comfortable with the amount of monies that they're requesting. It does provide for the employment that we have right now and the services that are being rendered to that office. So I'm happy with this.
Sounds good. Thank you. Are there any questions from the Commission? Any comments? Hearing none, do we have a motion to approve resolution presented to us?
So moved, Mr. Chair.
We have a motion by Commissioner Medina. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second by Commissioner Trujillo. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Next item, we have Ms. Eileen. We have Ms. Eileen Cedillo to present recommendation to approve the job description for the San Miguel County Manager. Ms. Cedillo.
Good afternoon, Chairman Garcia and Commissioners. And in your packets, you have the job description for the San Miguel County Manager. This position works under the directives of the Board of County Commissioners. Its general purpose is to perform a variety of professional, executive, and managerial duties relating to planning, directing, organizing, and controlling the administrative processes necessary to carry out the efficient and economic operation of the county. At this time, I stand for any questions or I request the approval of this job description.
Do we have any questions from the Commission or comments? Madam Manager, I understand you've reviewed the proposed job description and you're approving submitting it?
Chair and Commissioners, yes, I have reviewed the job application or the job description, and I'm comfortable with seeking approval of you.
Thank you very much. I also have reviewed the job description. It's very detailed. I want to thank you, Ms. Cedillo, for doing an amazing job with it. And I think that if we live up to what's on the job description, we should be able to fulfill the duties that are required of the county manager once we hire a manager. Do we have any questions or comments from the Commission? Hearing none, do we have a motion to approve the job description submitted for the county manager?
So moved.
We have a motion by Commissioner Sena. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second by Commissioner Medina. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. We have an approved job description. Thank you, Ms. Cedillo. Next item is again, Ms. Cedillo, and it is recommendation to approve the job description for the tax processor 1 in the treasurer's office. Go ahead, Ms. Cedillo.
Okay, so another job description, and I want to say thank you to incoming treasurer Jennifer Lefebvre. She has taken the initiative to look at her job descriptions and submit them so we can get them approved. This particular one was, there was an opening for the tax processor 1, so this is always a perfect opportunity to revise these job descriptions, relook at the responsibilities and duties of these positions. So this one is under the general direction of the county treasurer and the chief deputy treasurer. The tax processor 1 performs routine functions involving research, review, and processing of property tax accounts and related documents while performing tax collection procedures. This individual may perform other duties that may be assigned by the supervisor. And so I stand for questions or I request the approval of this job description.
Do we have any questions or comments from the commission?
No, sir.
Our manager, are you okay with the proposed job description?
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, yes, I'm okay with the job description as presented, and I'd also like to thank Ms. Cedillo and Ms. Lefebvre for working on this job description. I think that that's a task that we need to do across the board and across the county, is to work on job descriptions, make sure that what's defined is actually what's taking place, see if they need to be changed. So I do appreciate your efforts, Ms. Eileen. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Manager. I noticed that it's got a salary range on. Do we have those classifications still active as far as the salary range? I know that back sometime we had classifications, and are those still active? And if so, is every department following the classifications?
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, I may have to defer part of this question to Ms. Cedillo, but yes, they're still indicated in there, although they've changed from the last adopted salary schedule that has been approved by the commission, just based on like the cost of living increases that have been provided over the number of years. And that is something that I really feel strongly, and so does the meeting with Ms. Cedillo, that we need to really work on. And that goes hand in hand with really looking at the job descriptions, making sure, again, we know what people are doing and what their expectations are. And then at some point in time, we would like to do a study to make sure that the pay scale is accurate and and I guess if we compare it with other counties or with other jobs within the county, that we make sure that we're on par with pay across the board.
All right. Yeah, that's one concern that I share. I know that, classifications are identified based on the job duties of individuals, and the ranges are classified by the duties of individuals. And I know that that's become an issue most recently, where classification is not really used, or maybe I'm not using the right words, but we really need to look at that and try to update that, because so that there's consistent pay range based on duties by each division. So thank you for including that on here, and I look forward to revisiting this soon. Any other comments or questions from the commission or from staff?
Mr. Chairman, I do have some questions and comments following up on the discussion that was just had right here on the job description and qualifications, and also salaries and fairness and parity. I'd like to see that, and we talk about the budget and approve the budget, we just go through it really quickly and we get it in advance, but still, I don't know if we need a meeting to look at this, but I appreciate what our interim manager, Ms. Gonzalez, said, and the efforts of Ms. Cedillo, because it's a problem if there's not parity and fairness across the board, and we could lose employees, not only from our county, but from one department to another, because the pay isn't fair or scaled appropriately and accordingly. So I think we need to look at that and see how we could address that. Thank you for bringing this to our attention.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Any other comments or questions?
Just a comment, Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Go ahead, Mr. Medina.
I'd like to thank Janet for that comment. That's very good, because the morale will also be a boost if we go with parity and bring up everybody to scale.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Medina. Any other further questions or comments? Hearing none, do I have a motion to approve the proposed job description presented by Ms. Cedillo?
Move to approve, Mr. Chair.
We have a motion by Commissioner Trujillo. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Medina. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. We have an approved job description for the tax processor 1. Next item is item 7. We tabled that, right?
We're going to table.
Okay, so we'll be going to item 8. San Miguel County Interim Manager recommendation to approve the professional service agreement between San Miguel County and Holcomb Law Office, March 1st, 2021 to February 29th, 2023. We have Ms. Eileen Cedillo to present. Ms. Cedillo, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman. So in your packet, again, is the Holcomb Law Office Professional Service Agreement. Background information regarding this: Holcomb Law Office will provide advice and assistance to San Miguel County in the following areas: 1, to represent San Miguel County in employment and labor issues as needed; 2, to provide legal advice and consultation as needed; and 3, as otherwise directed by San Miguel County. The term of this professional service agreement between San Miguel County and Holcomb Law Office is March 1st, 2021 through this actually is a typo. It should be February 28th, 2023. So I stand for questions, or I seek the approval of this professional service agreement.
Once again, I'd like to ask our manager, have you reviewed this, and are you okay with it?
Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, yes, I have reviewed this and the work that Ms. Eileen has put together in recommending Ms. Holcomb. I'm also very happy with the services that Mrs. Holcomb has provided to us over the course of years, and I think she's well suited to continue providing us the services.
Thank you very much, Ms. Manager. Do we have any questions or comments from the Commission? Hearing none, do we have a motion to approve the professional service agreement with Ms. Dina Holcomb?
So moved, Mr. Chair.
We have a motion by Commissioner Trujillo. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second by Commissioner Medina. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you, Ms. Cedillo, for presenting these items.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item is item 9, ambulance service update. And we have Mr. Dave Romero to present.
Mr. Chair, this is the item that will need addition for him to return from his court.
Oh, okay, okay. All right. Well, we're gonna hold this one then until Mr. Romero returns. Next item is item 14, Tecolotito Solid Waste MOU. And we have Mr. Arnold Lopez, our Public Works Foreman, to present. Mr. Lopez.
Mr. Chairman, actually, item number 10 is the communication project update.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Okay, I jumped that. These papers are double-sided, and I'm only looking at one side.
Mr. Chair.
I'm just testing to make sure everybody's paying attention. Okay, and our manager is keeping very good attention, so thank you. Item 10, communication project update, and we have Mr. Andrew Duran to present. Mr. Duran.
Good afternoon, Chairman Garcia, members of the commission.
Good afternoon.
Our communication project is off the ground. We made an award to Code 3 Incorporated out of Albuquerque to update, if you will, our communication system throughout San Miguel County. Through Code 3 Incorporated out of Albuquerque, we're using a company called Codan, who is a supplier, who is a manufacturer and engineers that design systems for such agencies such as the military and the FBI are some of their big customers. So we have confidence with this company that they're going to do as good a job as possible for us, rural New Mexico in San Miguel County. Up on the screen, if you see the tower sites that we use, those in yellow, Turkey Mountain, Pacheco Tower, Apache, Trujillo, and Concha sites. Those are the sites that are going to be upgraded at this time. We are replacing our existing simulcast system, which is an analog system that's at least 20 years old. We're going to replace that system with a digital and analog system. So the system will have the capability here with San Miguel County Fire and the Sheriff's Office. We have the capability of talking on a digital level. So we'll be using that system, but we want it to also have the ability to talk in analog with our partners, such as the City Fire Department, which are using analog radios. We didn't want to lose that capability. So we're going to upgrade this system. Not only are we upgrading the system, it's going to upgrade our coverage area. And so we should have almost the entire county covered with this upgrade. We are looking at the future for the western part of the county. Because of the mountainous areas in that area, we do have some difficulties at times getting communications in some of those areas, but we have identified a couple of possibilities. But that is one of the features of the new system is that we can expand in the future without having to go back and redesign the system. So we've identified, right now we have one of our frequencies, one of our towers up on Elk Mountain. That seems like that would be a very suitable site to add to this simulcast system. We've started some talks with the U.S. Forest Service. That's their tower. We do have one of our repeaters on there. We want to change that repeater site and bring it into the simulcast system. And to explain a little bit what the simulcast system does is as you're driving throughout the county and our radio system, say I'm from here from the office, if I talk on my radio, it's probably going to hit the Pacheco site because it's closest. But as I'm driving through the county, it automatically detects which site is stronger for me to use. So it'll simulcast, it'll simultaneously transmit to another site that's stronger, closer, without me having to do anything on my end, which is great for us. There's other systems that you manually have to change channels as you travel throughout large areas. With this system, we don't need to do that. It does it automatically. So we're very excited to see this project off and running. Right now, they're in the engineering and purchasing of equipment phase. Hopefully within the next 3 months or so, they'll start putting together that system. So what this company will do, they'll build our system at an off-site location. At their location, they'll build our entire system, test it, take it all apart, bring it down here, and put it up in our in the towers that we use. The towers that we're using, none of the Trujillo site tower is the only tower that we own. All the other sites, and I'm sorry about that, Concha site will own that tower as well. But Turkey Mountain, Pacheco, Apache, and Elk Mountain, we rent space on those towers from the tower owners. Most towers now are owned by American Tower Company, So we rent space on those towers. The Trujillo site, we rent the land, but the tower itself is ours. Same with Conchas, we'll own the tower site, and that one's going to be a new site that'll tie into this existing system. The total project, hopefully in the next 8 months will be completed. So we're really excited to move into some new digital age technology.
I have a question, Mr. Duran. This particular project is one of my pet projects that I gave to the manager 2 years ago when I took office. My district is up in Gallinas, covers a good part of Gallinas. How can we be assured to the people in Gallinas, in Pecos, in Gonzales, up in the area near Leyva and Tapia, how can we assure them that this service is going to be something that they can depend on, particularly our emergency response providers, for example, our sheriff's office, the fire departments, the ambulances? How can we be assured that this is going to be the best possible project that we're working on to address the safety issue regarding the entire county?
Chairman Garcia, they've provided us coverage maps showing us the improvement that we'll see when this project is completed. Me along with the emergency manager and the sheriff's office have been in contact with the vendor, and he provides us these coverage maps that shows us where we were today and where we will be once this project is completed. And we will have a large portion of the county covered. You know, the western part of the county is a little more difficult just based on the terrain, because of the radio waves as they travel across the air. It is a little more difficult, but right now that area of the county has good coverage from the Santa Fe side. That part of the county is dispatched out of Santa Fe Regional Dispatch Center. So there is good coverage in that area from the Santa Fe side, but eventually we want to tie that into our central location here in Las Vegas. On Concha side, the eastern part of the county was another part of the county that the sheriff's office, especially, you know, once they traveled so far from Las Vegas, they lose all communication with our dispatch center. Once we get this Concha site up and running, the entire project will have coverage all the way down into the eastern part of the county as well. Of course, a little more flat in that area, but this project will improve communications quite a bit.
Okay, and then one more question. There's a tower that was installed at the Pueblo Fire Station. Is that tower already being used? And is that tower another potential for the communication that we're talking about now?
Chairman Garcia, correct. There is an AT&T tower that was built on one of our fire station sites out there. Right now, we are not using it. The Pueblo Fire Department wanted to use it for their own channel out in that area. I think the best interest overall is to wait and see how we can either tie in that site or the Elk Mountain site or both into our existing simulcast system, rather than using that tower for a one-channel site for a specific department. If it'll work to tie it into our simulcast system, it would not only benefit that department, but it would benefit all our departments, including the sheriff's office. The vendor is aware of that site. They will be running some coverage maps from that location, and as well as Elk Mountain, and also there's also a tower up on Romesa that's owned by the FAA, I believe. So they'll run coverage maps, and from there we can decide which would be the best option of those three sites to tie into the system.
Okay, thank you. Any comments or questions from the commission?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Trujillo.
Chief Duran, what are your expectations of the vendor to provide service after installation of these towers? Is there a warranty, or do they guarantee that they can maintain or be available to help if one of these sites goes down due to weather or due to some other cause? Can we expect this vendor to be there for us and to get you guys up and running quickly?
Commissioner, Chairman Garcia, Commissioner Trio, yes, we've been using this vendor for several years. We have a maintenance contract with them. They currently maintain our system now. One of the advantages of the new system is so at each site there's what's called a rack, and that rack has, if you will, the brains of the system. Now that we're doing our new system, they will actually house a spare rack at their shop, and if one of our racks goes down, it'll be a matter of them driving that rack to the site and replacing it, and we'd be back up and running in a matter of the time it takes them to replace that rack.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments?
I have a question, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Medina.
Mr. Duran, how are you doing this afternoon? I just wanted to ask you, on the services that are owned by the county, is there any way that other entities lease off of us also, or just strictly for San Miguel County use?
Chairman Garcia, Commissioner Medina, if I understand your question correctly, you're asking if other agencies lease off of our space?
Yes, sir.
The only site that is occurring at is the Trujillo site. That one we lease the land, we own the tower, and we have Las Vegas City Schools leasing space on that tower for, I believe they use a communication system for their bus route out in that area.
Okay. But there's not like anything else, like such of the cell phone services or anything that could be on there?
Right now, no one has approached us of that need. The other towers that we have that we have our equipment on, such as Pacheco and Turkey Mountain, those sites are being used by multiple companies from cell phone to TV, but they're not leasing from us. They're just on the same towers that we are on.
Just looking for more revenue.
Thank you, Commissioner Medina. Any other questions or comments from the board?
Just a follow-up question on what Commissioner Medina would just ask Chief Duran. So with El Pueblo, so they do not have improved cell phone coverage because of this tower? And is that a possibility that a company like Verizon or what's that other one that's commonly used, Plateau, that they would lease or use this tower to improve cell phone reception for people there?
Chairman Garcia, Vice Chair Varela, the site out in El Pueblo is a AT&T tower. They built the tower for their service. So that area should have seen a huge improvement from AT&T coverage area.
So just that one company, that's their tower. Okay, thank you.
Correct.
Okay, any other questions or comments? I just have one more question, Andrew, Mr. Duran. We're using $500,000 appropriation from capital outlay last year, if I'm correct, and we're using $400,000 from the fire fund, or how is that being funded?
Chairman Garcia, several budgets were used to cover the additional cost. We did receive a $500,000 capital outlay, and the remaining $400,000 and I believe $30,000. Some portions came from some of the fire districts that are being covered by this upgrade. I believe it was about $8,000 from each of the fire districts. And then we also had funds from my budget And then there was an emergency fund that we had for fire services that was also used to cover this cost.
Sounds good. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Duran. Thank
And,
you for
and Mr.
Madam
Chair, Mr. Chair, also for the record, part of the monies that were transferred to the emergency funds for this tower came from general sources from the general county, I don't know if it was from the general fund or from one of our gross receipt taxes that are outside of the fire departments. So $150,000 was transferred to those to allow for this project to take off also. And thank you, Chief Duran, for all your expertise in this area.
Thank you, Madam Manager, and thank you, Fire Chief Duran, for the exceptional presentation today. Any other discussion?
I have a question.
Commissioner Sena.
Chief Duran, I'm interested to find out if you have any information as to the status of the money being allocated from the Blame Her Ranch. What has been used from that fund?
Chairman Garcia, Commissioner Sena, I couldn't really answer that. I'm not really aware of where that money was used.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Sena, are you speaking about the lawsuit that had happened with the Flamer Ranch, or what funds are you speaking of?
Yes, those are the funds. I know that we were awarded some back taxes.
Okay, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, the county did receive $35,000 from Blamer Ranch, and the stipulation for those funds, it was supposed to be used on law enforcement or protection, PPE kind of thing. So what we ended up doing with approval is providing a stipend to our law enforcement and our detention center personnel since they're out in the community and are around people or have the possibility of being around people who might be positive with COVID. So it was provided as a stipend and given to a number of employees in those fields.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any further questions or comments? Thank you, Fire Chief Duran, for the excellent presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item is Tecolote Bridge Project update, and we have Mr. Gerald Garcia, our Public Works Supervisor, to present on this item.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman,
Jump one.
I'm sorry, matter.
Good afternoon, Chairman.
Wait, I'm sorry, what about, I'm sorry, point of order, Mr. Chair. Number 11 is Pecos Canyon Fire Station construction.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry,
You are
I'm
in a
jumping the
hurry.
gun here. I'm a bit confused.
We're paying attention.
You're paying very good attention, Madam Vice Chair. Thank you very much.
Melinda and I
Item
got you
11.
covered.
Thank you. Item 11, Pecos Canyon Fire Station Construction Bid Award. I'm sorry. It's Andrew again. I'm sorry about that. Fire Chief Duran.
Chairman Garcia, members of the commission, we did solicit for bids for the construction of a new fire station in the Pecos Canyon Fire District. The site is going to be at the La Bosa Springs hatchery. We did receive, I believe it was a total of 6 bids. Surprisingly, sometimes we don't receive a lot of bids or a lot of interest in these projects, but we did receive 6 bids for this project. All the bidders met the requirements during the bid opening. The lowest bid was submitted by New Image Construction. We did receive one additional bid that was emailed to the architect, but that was excluded based on the definitions outlined in the bid packets that identified that bids had to be delivered to our administration office building and could not be emailed to the architect. The total, the base bid project, the bid from New Image Construction is $774,904. We ask for your approval in awarding this bid to New Image Construction. We are hoping that once this award is made and permits are obtained, the construction would start shortly thereafter. And I believe the architect included a 160-day build time for this project. So hopefully we can have a new fire station in a couple of short months.
Thank you, Mr. Duran. Madam Manager, have you reviewed this and are you good with the budget? How does it reflect? Go ahead, Fire Chief.
Chairman Garcia, this project will be funded through several different funding options. We did have the department did receive a state fire grant, and they also have a 501c3, which has also contributed a significant amount of money to this project, and with savings that they've had over the years within their own budget planning for this project.
So we are within budget for the project as far as our finances, Madam Manager.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, yes, we are later on during the meeting. We're going to be, as part of our mid-year budget request, we're going to be asking for approval of an additional $75,000 for 501c3. Probably 2 months ago, they had committed to give $100,000. They kicked in an additional $75,000. Plus, our fire chief has allowed a internal loan from some of the gross receipt tax resources that they have tied to fire excise tax, which will be paid back by the Pecos Volunteer Fire Department over a 7-year period. This pretty much will wipe out their operating budget, but again, they'll begin next year with that, and they'll be able to provide funds back to the fire chief for that portion. But yes, once that budget adjustment is approved, yes, and we shall have sufficient funds.
Sounds good. Thank you very much. Thank you, Fire Chief Duran. Are there any questions or comments from the commission?
Yes, just thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Chief Duran. Thank you, Madam Manager. I do have a question, and I think, is this the supplemental to the station that's already the one that's up by Brush Ranch? Will they both be in use? Or will this new station at the hatchery?
Chairman Garcia, Vice Chair Varela, both stations will be used. This will be an additional station. So, once they build an additional station, they'll be receiving funding for 2 stations. So that'll increase their funding that they receive from the State Fire Marshal's office.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Thank you, Fire Chief Duran.
Thank you.
And so at this time, we are requesting award of bid to the lowest bidder, New Image Construction. Do we have a motion to award the bid?
So moved.
We have a motion by Commissioner Sena. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Trujillo. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you, Fire Chief Duran. Item 12, and I hope I'm right this time, Ecolote Bridge Project Update. And we have Gerald Garcia, our Public Works Division Supervisor, to present on this item. Mr. Garcia.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chairman Garcia and Commissioners. Just going to give you an update, and I know Leo and possibly Arnold will give you probably a little bit more information, but I want to give you an update on just the Tecolote Bridge. Just as of today, I talked to Leo Maestas in regards to the bridge, and we got state and FEMA approval to move forward on the bridge. I talked to Miller Engineering, who is the engineering firm on site for this project, and they sent an advertisement form to Melinda today so we can move forward in the advertisement, probably the Albuquerque Journal and the Optic. We're looking at the advertisement going out February 17th. And then we have to, because it's a federal project, we had to advertise for 3 weeks. So we're looking at opening up packages, bid packages, March 11th. And then we come back to commission to award the contractor, based on our bids, April 13th at the commissioners meeting, April 13th for the contractor. As you remember, this bridge did go out to bid once before, but it was a full construction presentation, and we were well over budget of what was allowed. This round, we're going with the original scope of work to stay into budget, which is about $750,000. And so we're keeping our concrete abutments, and so the scope of work has changed, but we have received approval as the design for the engineer. So we got approval that from, and that was confirmed by Leo. So that's pretty much, I want to give you some dates for a timeline for that bridge. I know this has been in the works for a few years to try to get that bridge repaired. And honestly, with federal money, it takes a little bit longer and the process is longer. So I'll have any questions, and if need be, Leo or the road foreman, Arnold Lopez, can touch base about anything about the project.
I'd like to make a few comments, Mr. Garcia, and I'd like to maybe ask questions of you. You know, this project, as far as I'm concerned, is a very important project. It's a bridge that was declared a disaster back in 2014, almost 7 years ago. You know, we declared it a FEMA declaration, a Federal Emergency Management Declaration. And I'm a bit concerned that it's taken almost 7 years to get it done. Can you go over the timelines? And then also, being that this is such a crucial piece of public works in San Jeronimo area, you're providing us an update, but it's not a written update. And so it's hard for us to digest this update because it's already followed by 3 or 4 previous updates that have not been fulfilled. And so how can we be assured, with it being as long as it's been, how can we be assured that this is going to be the final time that this comes before us, and that it goes into construction so that we can finally have this bridge addressed 7 years later? And I'm asking that question of you, Mr. Garcia.
So I certainly share your concern, Chairman Garcia. 2014, when there was this disaster, there was some serious damage to the bridge, and with care, Miller Engineering has looked over it and tried to see the process of some of the recommendations that honestly were prior done to me, and I think the process that Mr. Maestas has taken through FEMA to secure funding federally to try to help that, because some of these bridges are expensive to repair. And I have been given insurance from Miller Engineering that there are no costs on his end to move forward for the engineering services, and the state and according to Mr. Mayasas, the state and FEMA are going with the recommendation of our engineer, and we are moving forward with it. And so I don't know if we could call that the scope of work has been reduced, but we are keeping the concrete abutments now that would give us move the project into budget. This last presentation that we had back in November, where it didn't meet budget because it was like $250,000 over budget, at least that. I'm sorry, we must have an emergency thing on our phones. So the scope of work is supposed to be within budget and move the project forward.
Okay, well, what I would like to do is have
Maestas or can add to inside of the budget and of the approvals that were given from state and FEMA.
Do we have any comments or questions from the commission? Madam Manager Gonzalez.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, regarding this particular project, at the time that the agenda was put together, we had not received any notification from the state of New Mexico whether they had approved this change of services or whether they had authorized us to continue with going out for bid. This is just something that was just very recent. Matter of fact, Leo called me during the lunch hour, indicated that he'll be forwarding that information to me. I'll be looking at it to make sure that I fully understand what's going on with the project and that we address anything right away that needs to be addressed. There's been several extensions for this particular project, and just to kind of give you some brief background on it, and I might err in some of this, but when the bridge was actually declared as a disaster, most of the time that FEMA provides you with funding, they'll provide you funding to get something restored to its original situation, to where its original building
Condition.
or, thank you, there's the word. And at the point in time, the engineers that we were working with had indicated that it would probably be in the best interest of the county to actually build a new bridge. So at that point in time, our Office of Emergency Manager was working with FEMA and our county manager at the time, and they had approved that a new bridge could be built. And that's really something that's out of the norm. But then there was a lot of turnover with FEMA, and we had turnover internally as well. And when the project got readdressed, it was determined that that's no longer going to be the case, that the county would have to go with the existing structure and bring it back to its current condition. Since then, several extensions have been requested of the state. I believe, and Leo, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe the current extension is through April. No, an extension cannot be requested until we get closer to like a 30-day period within that particular point in time. At that time, Leo will reach out to the state and request another extension. Of course, the state knows where we're at because they had to provide the approval to proceed with going out for bid again. And again, I'll be looking at that documentation, and we'll make sure that we're meeting collectively, the Office of Emergency Management, the road department, and myself, to make sure that we're on top of what's going on and to make sure that we report to you and let you guys know if there's any concerns, or just to kind of let you know what the status is.
Thank you, Madam Manager. The concern that I have is the safety of the bridge. You know, I was here when we declared that bridge a disaster. I was here almost a year after the disaster, and we had to do some temporary repairs to the bridge, which we did. And I understand those temporary repairs are still on it. In the meantime, you know, here we are 7 years later, and it still hasn't been done. So I must say that I do share that concern, and without me sharing the concern, it would not be me doing my job. And so I appreciate that this is getting done. I appreciate that you're keeping us updated, Melinda. This is something that we've been wanting for a while, and I appreciate that it's finally getting done. And let's hope that the state gives us the extension after April, because if they don't, then we're going to be in a worse situation. So thank you, and thank you, Gerald, also for presenting. Are there any questions, comments?
I do.
Commissioner Sena?
I understand that the county is going to be taking up a scope of this work. Can you elaborate on that and see what part of the county will be responsible for as far as this development?
You kind of cut out there, Tim, but I'm not aware of any part of the work is going to be part of the county's responsibility. Everything, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Arnold, on this, but as far as I know, all the work is going to be part of the bid process and construction. The design is done, and so it'll be bidded out, and that would be part of the contractor's responsibility for this project. San Miguel County Public Works will bear no responsibility in any of the work.
Sounds good. Any other questions or comments?
Thank you. Just want to again thank you for your concerns, and I'm anxious to see this project move forward, and I'm very excited about it.
Thank you, Gerald.
Yes.
Any other comments from the commission or questions? Let's move on to next item. Item 13, proposed 2021-2022 local government road fund program participation. And we have, once again, Mr. Gerald Garcia to present.
Thank you, Chairman Garcia and Commissioners. I've been sent some information from the New Mexico Department of Transportation, District 4, for San Miguel County Public Works Division to participate in the LGRF, which is our local road fund for 2021-22, which is even next year's. I'm asking you to discuss and decide on 3 road projects, which is the CAP, the school bus, and the SP projects. I need to submit by March 15th a scope of work, an estimated cost and quantities, a match waiver, and before the deadline of March 15th. I was on a Zoom meeting last week with them, and they would prefer if I could get that sooner to them than March 15th. I know last year we had a discussion with the commission about road projects for the LGRF, and I'd like for you to have a discussion and talk about what your priorities are for the LGRF 2021 to all the way to 22.
Mr. Garcia, do you or Mr. Lopez have any roads that you would like for us to consider before I make a recommendation or before I make a request for a road in my district? Do you or Mr. Lopez want to present?
I'm gonna have Arnold Lopez present on that because he is our road foreman and would have a good idea what are some of what he would like to see as a road project. And then whatever the commission decides, that's what I will gear the application for the 3 road projects. Mr. Lopez? Is he there? Arnold? Yeah.
Chairman Garcia, members of commission.
Good afternoon.
Arnold
Good
Lopez
afternoon,
here.
Arnold.
Good afternoon. So my recommendation for all districts would be for you all to consider our paved roads. You know, we've been stressing on the need for improvement in our paved roads. So every district has paved roads, and any 3 of the roads in any district would be a great improvement. I could recommend one in every single district, but you know, there are many needs. But if you would consider pavement as priority, I would appreciate that.
Well, I have one road in my district, Gerald, that I'd like to request consideration of. Of course, the county commission is going to be the final decision on where we go, but I'd ask for my peer commissioners to consider funding for Los Vigiles in my district as one of the local government road fund considerations. Are there any other considerations or recommendations by the commission?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir, Mr. Medina.
Yeah, I'd like to follow through with La Liendre Road as chip seal, I think is what they were planning. Former Commissioner Chris Nahan
Okay.
had put that on his wish list. And I also will get together with District Engineer James Gallegos and let him know, see what he feels about us doing that road too.
Okay. Do we have any other requests from the commission?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir, Mr. Trujillo.
I'd like to see that road in Pandora. It's about a 2-mile stretch. Be placed on this LGRF. It's A34, I believe.
Okay.
And you know, every year we get a little bit from the legislature on this road, and it's never enough to just finish the project. We're putting Band-Aids on a deteriorating road. And I think, you know, it's high time that we finish that road. It's a very well-used road. Hundreds of people use it every day, winter and summer. And I think it's a worthy project. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Trujillo. Any other considerations?
Chairman Garcia.
Yes, sir, Mr. Sena.
The Bernal Chapel area has been started, and we're off to a good start. And I would like to see that area completed, and as well as A26A La Manga. That's also a paved road that could use some attention.
Yeah, okay. Did Commissioner Varela?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know that we're all competing for this small amount of money and we all have tremendous need. I would like to see completion of the road in San Isidro. I appreciate that we got funding the last year and they've been waiting a long time, and if we could just finish that road for them and they could have a finished project, that would be ideal. Also CRB 56, I believe, it's across from the Dairy Queen. It's a paved road and it's in pretty bad shape, but those two would be my priority for funding.
Okay. Gerald, did you get those roads that we've mentioned to you?
Yes, sir. I wrote them all down.
Okay. So it looks like we have 2 from Commissioner Sena, 1 from Commissioner Trujillo, 1 from myself, 1 from Commissioner Medina, and 2 from Commissioner Varela. Where do we stand? What are the wishes of the board?
How many do we get to pick? How many?
We get
total?
3 projects. 1 for county arterial, 1 for co-op, and 1 for school bus.
Correct. There are 3 projects, and then we get to apply for the match waiver. Well, typically, historically, we have always applied for the match waiver for the highest contracted bids. So if something comes up pretty high, we try to go for our match waiver. And quite honestly, we've been pretty successful in getting those match waivers.
Yeah.
Yeah, if I had to just pick one, I would pick San Isidro for now.
Okay. And so Arnold, can I ask you to based on those names that you've been given on roads, can you tell us the status of each of these roads?
Yes, sir. So in Los Vigiles, for example, I'll start there. That portion of paved road is in dire need. It's a very good choice, good candidate for this funding. Before, they're small amount. I've always maybe stacking some of the GRFs together. We've done that, utilized 2, 1 in order to really accomplish something and not just create a small Band-Aid as per se. But that is a very good consideration there. Panda Rays in Commissioner Trujillo's district also is one that we started. San Isidro was started. We have an LGRF for Bernal area and so forth. I mean, it's hard for me really just to designate, an area. In all fairness to commission, we could always draw straws, but any of those, they're all good selections. It's very difficult to prioritize one. They all hold high priority, in my opinion.
Well, I'm going to extend a request for consideration for my district in Los Vigiles. And I hope that I can garner support for one fund for that particular project. And I'll go ahead and say why. That District 1 is a highly traveled district. There's traffic that goes through there on a daily basis, school buses that go through there, emergency units that go through there. Of course, it happens at all the other roads as well. But I would venture to say that the amount of traffic that goes through my district during Los Vigiles is amazing on a daily basis. And this project was done way back probably 24 years ago when we first started at the county. And if we don't continue with the upkeep of it, we're gonna end up having to do repairs to it. And so I'm going to solicit support from the commission on that, and I'm willing to consider 2 other roads if the commission is up to it.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir, Mr. Medina.
does that part of your road, are you including that extension on 8th Street that really gets bad there in the winter times or even summer rain? Will it include that too?
Is it the one north of Williams Drive?
It's like almost by Williams Drive, that's
No,
include that one?
no, that particular road, there's been a debate. It would be in the Los Vigiles area, yes, sir.
I'm proud to be that I was part of that paving back in 2006, around there. So
Yeah.
I would give you my support on that.
Thank you, Commissioner Medina. Any other comments? Any other consideration?
Chairman Garcia.
Yes, sir. Mr. Sena.
I would also like to extend my support to the Los Vigiles area and as well as the Pandarays.
Okay. Thank you. Any other remarks from the commission?
Mr. Chairman? I would
Yes, sir,
support
Madam
Los Vi-
Varela.
Yes, I realize that Los Vigiles is used by a lot of people as our roads, and I would support that one and ask for support for San Isidro to complete that one.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir, Mr. Trujillo.
So I would support Los Vigiles, San Isidro, and ask for the support on the Pandaray Road.
Thank you very much. And so we have narrowed it down to 3 roads, and let's see what the board decides. Los Vigiles, Pandaray, and to be able to do some more work in San Isidro. How does the board feel about that?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir, Mr. Medina.
When I was elected and I came in, I said I was going to be a team player, and I'm in support of the roads that have been chosen. The only thing I ask is don't forget myself and Commissioner Sena next year.
Point well taken, Commissioner Medina. So we have 3 roads, and we're going to have to act on it. 1 road is Los Vigiles, 1 road is Pandaray, and the 3rd road is San Isidro. Do we have a motion by the commission to support these 3 road projects be submitted?
So move, Mr. Chair.
We have a motion by Commissioner Trujillo. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second by Commissioner Sena. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you very much. I really appreciate the support for Los Vigiles and for the other 2 roads. And we will not forget Commissioner Sena and Commissioner Medina. I give you my word.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you all for your support.
So,
Let's do we have the clerk's office here? Can we take that to a vote? Yes.
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 Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Commissioner. Motion carries. It looks like we have our attorney back. Councilor Romero, are you here?
Sorry to interrupt.
Yes, I am.
Garcia, I'll go ahead and start working on putting those scopes of work and for the 3 projects right away so I can do a submittal for the LGRF.
Thank you, Joe.
Thank you, Gerald, and thank you, Arnold.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia. Mr.
Thank you.
Lopez.
Thank you, Arnold. Thank you. Dave, we're waiting for you so we could touch on the ambulance update. Are you ready to present?
I'm ready to present.
Thank you. I will yield the floor to you so you can present.
My discussion, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, is really in 2 parts on the ambulance service. The first part is a public discussion as by the agenda to give the public an indication of what's been going on and where we are going, what some of the issues are. The second portion will be done in executive session because it's a negotiation as provided for by the Open Meetings Act. A negotiation as to the terms of the agreement, the negotiation between the city and the county, the negotiation between the county and the ambulance providers. In this particular case, at this point in time, there was an RFP, a request for proposals for ambulance service providers. And there were two responses by Superior Ambulance and AMR. The RFP and the analysis and the interviews have occurred, and some of the questions and considerations by the RFP, for example, the criteria was how much experience do each one of these companies have in the field of emergency medical service? How well do each one of these companies have in the knowledge of the city of Las Vegas and of San Miguel County? Technical implementation of the actual ambulance service, a past record of performance by the applicants. Those are some of the evaluation issues that were provided. I think that the concerns that I have stem from the RFP, the initial request for proposals, intentionally eliminating the village of Pecos and the Pecos Canyon. And how are we going to use the ambulance that is located in that area? And I'm still very concerned because and it's hard to explain this, but much of what goes on through this RFP and this negotiation, some of it can be publicly discussed, and some of it has to be privately discussed in executive session as the process goes. So what I'm trying to do here is discuss as much as I can that can be publicly discussed. So what I see is a negotiation between the city and the county as far as how much is it going to cost, how much is the city going to pay, how much is the county going to pay, and how does that compare with previous years. Sometimes in previous years we had the city and the county each having their own separately negotiated contract. The proposal here is to have the city and the county join together and select the provider based on some of the factors I talked about earlier, and then try to decide how are we going to balance out the cost. For example, the city will have a majority of use by the ambulance service because they have the majority of the population. The county stretches all the way to Conchas, Rociada, Pecos, the Villanueva Valley, the Pecos Valley. And so service there is critical because everybody needs to be able to feel comfortable about being able to call the ambulance and have somebody and some professionals arrive even when the location of the family might be 30 to 45 minutes away. The question becomes that we're dealing with is where the ambulance is going to be stationed and should the cost be borne as fairly as possible. And what is fair? It all depends from what viewpoint you have. If you're on the county, you don't want to be paying more for less service. If you're in the city, you don't want to be paying more for the same thing, less service. My biggest issue is this process has gone on basically without Pecos in the Pecos Valley. And I'm concerned about how do we continue service there, and how much is it going to cost Pecos to get involved in this three-way arrangement, and where are those ambulances going to be stationed at? That is something that I think where we will move now into, or later on in this meeting, to executive session to talk about the financial details and the negotiation details. Nothing further at this point.
Okay. All right. Madam Manager Melinda, do you have anything you'd like to add to this?
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, I think everything I have to add will have to be stated in executive session.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so thank you, Dave. And you know, before we continue, if I'm not mistaken, the RFP, the only thing that it left out was the village of Pecos, not necessarily the Pecos Canyon, because the Pecos Canyon is part of San Miguel County. And so I may be wrong, but if I'm not mistaken, that's what the RFP stated. And so we'll go into discussion.
You're correct, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Thank you, Dave.
Thank you.
So next item is item 14, Tecolotito Solid Waste MOU, and we have Mr. Arnold Lopez to present.
Chairman Garcia, members of commission. So this item is the Tecolotito MOU. San Miguel County Public is operating a solid waste transfer within the Anton Chico Land Grant. We are authorization to enter into an agreement between San Miguel County Solid and Dimensions Guadalupe County Solid Waste Department and the Anton Chico Land Grant. So the purpose of this MOU is we were approached by the members of the land grant there in Tecolotito, the Anton Chico Land Grant Board. So we've been operating there for numerous years, and I don't know how many exactly, but it's been, the operation there has been just a portion of the land grant. It's not improved, it's not fenced, it's just a piece of property that is being utilized as a transfer location. And we have another MOU established with Guadalupe County, and they're the ones that manage the solid waste collection within that area. But when they approached us, they're wanting improvements made to this area. And what they're requesting, of course, is going to require some dirt work, some subgrade prep, and then also some surfacing, which will surface with our base course. We'll utilize our equipment to do the dirt work within the area. And in their request, they're requesting a fence, a 3-sided fence structure to contain trash and debris. They're kind of fed up with the trash being blown all over that area of the land grant and into neighboring properties. So it's come to the point that we do need to do something for that area to contain the trash. So when they approached about these improvements, being that we do not have an MOU established there, and there was no time frame that we could utilize the property for, I requested from them an agreement, an MOU that secures the property for so many years. That way, when we do the improvement, we don't get pushed out of the property within a year or two. The most that they would go on this MOU is 7 years. They would let us utilize this property at no cost. And within the 7 years, they can make some changes, but it secures the property for 7 years. And then after that, we'll have the option into entering into another agreement.
Okay.
But I'll stand for
Are there any questions from the commission? Madam Manager Melinda, do you have anything that you'd like to add to this?
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, this MOU was in process several months ago, and the last, as Mr. Lopez mentioned, is it went back to the Antunchico land grant to increase the amount of time. I guess at first they said it was going to be 4 years, and the county was really pushing for a longer period of time. They were hoping for 10, so they got the 7. So this has already been approved also by our attorney, so I think we're set to go with the MOU. It is going to come at a cost of erecting that chain link fence that he mentioned, and that's been included in our mid-year budget. Also, Public Works will be able to, and has the crew and the equipment to be able to do the movement of the land to build the berms that are required per the MOU. So we're good to go.
Thank you. Thank you, Melinda. Are there any comments or questions from the commission?
I have a comment, Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Commissioner Medina.
I agree with Arnold if it's that we are going to have an MOU made that it's only right that the county has its fence for the debris that goes all over the place. You know, trash is a real problem everywhere. And I think that it looked better on San Miguel County if it was sort of closed up and looked decent. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner
With that,
Medina.
I make a motion if there's.
Okay, so we have, we have a motion to approve the MOU. Do we have, Commissioner Medina, do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Trujillo. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. We have an approved MOU with the Tecolotito Land Grant and the Guadalupe County Solid Waste Department. Next item is the Public Works Division report for the month of January 2021, and we have Arnold Lopez to present. Mr. Lopez.
Yes, sir. Chairman Garcia and members of commission, we have our Public Works Division report for the month of January. As you can see, we've done quite a few different operations throughout all districts of the county. We had snow removals. We've been in Cow Creek applying quite a bit of base course material. Our concentration has been a lot this month on roadside safety, which included deep bar ditches within certain areas of the county. And for example, we had some concerns over on B27 in the Myers Los Montoyas area. So we went in there and we filled in some deep bar ditches and did a bunch of improvement there, hauled a bunch of material, borrowed material, and have addressed those issues. Currently, we're over on A26A, which is in La Manga, one of the roads there in Commissioner Sena's district. Also deep bar ditches. We went in and did some roadside thinning of the trees first of all. Today we started applying materials and addressing those deep bar ditches. We're building check dams out of rock to prevent further erosion in the hopes of once we install this new material and make those roadside safe, they will stay in place for a long period of time. So currently I have Johnny Trujillo, one of our blademen in that area, addressing that. Peter Vigil is over in the Pecos area, still on the road over to Lower Colonias. We've been applying base course there. Juan Macias is on the other motor grader. He's over on the eastern part of the county. He's addressing some roads in Trujillo. And if this storm misses us, then I'll move him into Conchas, and he'll be there next week in Conchas doing a routine maintenance out there. I'll stand for questions or requests.
Are there any questions or comments from the commission?
Just a comment, Mr. Chairman, may I?
Commissioner Medina?
I'd like to thank Arnold and his crew for being out early in snow removal and spreading cinders. I hope the DOT don't hear me say this, but I think the county was out before they were. So thank you guys for your.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Arnold, I'd like to say the same thing. That I received quite a few texts the morning of the snowstorm telling us that they were very grateful that the crew was out there. And I wanna thank you and the staff for getting that done. A lot of times things like that go unnoticed, but they are very important for us as commissioners and for you as staff to make sure that it's getting done. And so thank you for all that as well. And be sure to thank the staff for us.
Will
I'd
do.
also-
Thank
Any
you.
Any
Thank
other
you.
questions or comments?
Yes,
Commissioner
thank you.
Varela.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Lopez, and your crew for the great work that you're doing all over the county and in my district. And people have been very grateful for the work that's going on in Colonias and Cow Creek and all over the district. And we really appreciate your attention to this part of the world. So thank you so much.
Any other
you. We
questions or
appreciate it.
comments?
I do.
Commissioner Sena.
I also would like to extend my gratitude to Arnold and his crew for being prompt and diligent with the work that they're doing. I really appreciate it. I've gotten a lot of feedback and comments from people that have called and that you responded to and are very happy with the type of work you guys are doing. I appreciate it. Also want to extend my gratitude for the work that you did with making sure that the coyotes on the eastern side of the county are not messing around with the cows again anymore.
Oh, and
Go ahead, Commissioner Varela.
yes, and one more thing. And I did hear some comments about some digging that the fiber optic crew had done up in the valley, and previously had been Gonzales and in the valley, and not restoring the road to the condition that it was in before. So I had talked to you about that before, but just to remind you that keep your eye on that, because I got another comment about, and they didn't fix the road in Sena where they were supposed to, where they dug it up. So you could just keep your eye on that. Thank you.
Chairman Garcia, Commissioner Varela. Yes, with our approval of permits for being able to utilize our right-of-ways, they are required in the permit to return every road into as good as or better condition as to, when they previously started. And what I do upon final approval on them, I will go out and inspect these roads and make sure that they are restored to that original or better condition.
Thank you.
Thank you all also for
Thank you very much.
comments. We appreciate it.
Discussion before we go to the next item.
One more. Chairman.
Commissioner Sena.
One more, and I guess this question or statement would be out to Arnold Lopez as well. In the San Jeronimo area, we're having a little bit of a problem with cattle trespassing, and also they're gathering in county roads, and it's making it a safety issue. And I would like to get with you to see how we could take care of that problem.
Chairman Garcia and Commissioner Sena, yes, I have spoken to some of the residents and familiar with their concerns. I have forwarded them also to cattle inspector and also law enforcement. I requested or recommended that we get them involved as well. But yes, let's if you can at your convenience and your schedule, please call me and we'll get together and we'll come up with a plan to address that.
Yes, thank you. I'd also like to include some community members as well.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else before we move on to the next item? Okay, the next item is item 16, establishment of a county road, Camino de Leon, petition by Ms. Samantha Sandoval. And we have Mr. Robert Archuleta to present on this item.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, Robert.
Good afternoon. So in early September, we received a petition from Ms. Samantha Sandoval and company, which would be the adjacent residents, for a petition of adopting a stretch of county road at about 0.5 miles. And our ordinance 67-5-5 calls for any alteration, establishment of a county road to have a petition of 10 freeholders. We received a petition of 16. They provided their deposit to the planning and zoning. So this request is basically to request approval from the commission or disapprove to conduct a road viewing so that we could come back and provide a recommendation to the county commission regarding this road. So this road begins, if you take southbound I-25 and you get off in Tecolote and you go under the underpass, and then once you cross the underpass, you head east. It starts probably about 200 yards from that intersection where Mr. Knesevich lives, and then ends at the end where Samantha Sandoval lives. So it's approximately half a mile. It's a well-maintained road. So the action requested by the commission today is to approve and authorize a road viewing and direct the county commission to allow the county road viewers to conduct a road viewing. So at this time, I'll stand for questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Do we have any questions or comments from the commission?
Chairman,
Commissioner Senna.
this road is a pretty busy road, well established, and I think the buses pass through there. I'd like to go ahead and make them.
Okay, so what we're doing is we're going to be approving a road viewing of this. We do have an established road viewing group of people that have been approved by the county commission previously. And so with that, it looks like we're asking for authorization, approve and authorize the road viewing and direct county staff viewers to submit a recommendation to the Board of Commissioners. And so before we proceed with this, are there any other questions or comments? Commissioners, anything else? Madam Gonzalez, do you have anything you'd like to add to this?
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, the only thing I would like to add is it has come to the attention that this road was a public road or a county road at one point in time, and that it was abandoned at the request of the land grant. So if this road viewing is to take place, we'll ask the group to make sure to include the land grant in there. And prior to making any kind of recommendation to the commission, we'll ensure that the land grant is well informed of what's taking place and give their blessings if the recommendation is to adopt it.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir, Mr. Archuleta.
Mr. Chair and members of the commission, if in fact the county commission does approve a road viewing today, we would have 2 dates of public posting, and then we would also include inviting the land grant to the road viewing as well, and any members of that area residents who wish to participate.
Good job.
Sounds good. Thank you very much. You know, I don't know if I'm in order or not, but I understand that our public works director lives off of this road, and so how would we proceed with that? Because there's going to be a possibility of action taken, and so how can we refrain from any participation that may infringe on the county when it comes to this. And maybe that's an answer that our county attorney can answer.
Mr. Chairman, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. And before we proceed, I want to find out if that's in fact is Gerald there? Gerald Garcia?
I am not as concerned about the potential conflict of interest or maybe even appearance of impropriety when you have someone who is benefiting directly or indirectly from the work that is being done by the county. For all of us, the basic rule is if I have a conflict of interest, if you have a conflict of interest, if you're going to benefit from county action directly or indirectly, then what we do is we just raise our hand. We tell the rest of the commissioners that as far as this agenda item is concerned, I may have a conflict of interest because maybe I have a business concern I'll be benefiting financially, or maybe because it's my primo who is getting the contract, or because maybe I live in Tecolote, and so this road is really going to help me and the neighbors get in and out. But that doesn't, as long as it's been disclosed and everybody knows about it, then you as commissioners can go ahead and vote on the matter. And with the knowledge of the potential conflict, we can always, through our manager, supervise a little bit closer that advantage or that benefit isn't being taken advantage of. So my concern is not high with regard to employees benefiting directly or indirectly, or even commissioners benefiting directly or indirectly, as long as it is disclosed. And as commissioners, once it's disclosed, you can vote on a matter that benefits you as long as you disclose it. But probably the safest way to go is disclose the conflict of interest and then abstain and let the rest of the commissioners decide whether it's in the best interest of the county. That would be my answer, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Are there any other further comments or concerns, questions?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Trujillo.
So the only other question I would have, Mr. Archuleta, is each of the signatories that signed this petition or this request, have we verified that they all live on or immediately by service of this road? Just want to make sure of that.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Trujillo, yes, they have to reside within, I believe it's a 2-mile radius.
Thank you, Mr. Trujillo.
Sounds good. Are there any other comments or questions? Hearing none, do we have a motion to authorize a road viewing and direct the county road viewers to submit a recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners?
So moved.
We have a motion by Commissioner Sena. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Medina. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Okay, we are now into the Board of Finance meeting.
Thank you, Robert.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
As soon as we will set up a road viewing as soon as possible, and we will invite the land grant and any other interested parties, and we will post the viewing in 2 different locations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are now going into the Board of Finance meeting. Item 17, bank transfers for the month of December 2020 and January 2021. We have our treasurer, Ms. Jennifer Lefebvre, to present.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the commission.
Good afternoon.
Madam Treasurer.
Today I will be updating you on transfers that have been made for the months of December and January. You'll notice on your copies that I've broken the amounts up into 3 categories, which are internal, wire, and payroll transfers. The overall total of internal transfers for both months came out to $1,133,058.59. Our wire transfers came out to $155,012.01. Payroll transfers, $1,259,882.53, with an ending grand total of $2,547,953.13. With that being said, do any of you have any questions in reference to the totals I've presented to you?
No. Any questions from the commission?
No.
Nothing? Thank you, Ms. Lefebvre.
Thank
Very
you.
much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Next item is addendum to contract with JCG Plumbing. And we have Ms. Melinda Gonzalez to present. Madam Manager.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, we're requesting an extension for the last year of a plumbing contract with JCG Plumbing. We've met with our maintenance department. They are still satisfied with the work that they're doing, and the company has expressed an interest in extending the contract as well. So we're seeking approval for the final year extension.
Any questions or comments from the commission?
Mr. Chairman, just a
Mr.
typo
Medina?
on this agenda request form. It's JC.
Oh, it should say it's JCG Plumbing. Oh, yeah, that does, sir.
Thank you, Melinda.
You're welcome.
Any other discussion before we ask for a motion? Hearing none, do we have a motion to approve the extension of the plumbing services contract as recommended by our county manager?
So moved, Mr. Chair.
We have a motion by Commissioner Trujillo. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Medina. All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Next item is item 19, 2020 Annual Survey of Local Government Finances to the U.S. Census Bureau. And we have our county manager.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, each year we get a survey from the U.S. Census Bureau to the Department of Commerce asking for some information regarding our county. And so we complete it. It's voluntary, but it's helpful to the U.S. government in order to get this information for, I'm sure, decision-making purposes. And I thought that it would be something that would be interesting for you guys to look at, as it's probably formatted differently than other reports that you may obtain, like through the DFA quarterly report or through our normal budgeting report. The information provided here is on a cash basis, so it may not directly tie into our financials, which is on a modified accrual basis, and it's for informational purposes, and I stand for any questions.
Do we have any questions from the commission?
No, sir.
No questions? Okay. Next item. Item 20, Resolution 2021-0209F1. And we have our county manager to present.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, I met with all the departments regarding the mid-year budget adjustments. And it was just to get an idea of where we are, if we need additional resources to continue through the year, to look at the revenues, to see if we have any potential savings, various items like that. As far as the general fund, I'm not sure if you want me to go through all these particular adjustments, but in the general fund, we did increase the revenue by $105,000, and it's primarily tied to an increase in grocery receipt taxes through a House bill that was passed by the state a number of years ago, where we're in the second year of the 2-year funding, and we're getting a double proportion. There's also some expenditures that we decreased in the general fund, and again, we're just trying to see if there's any potential savings in the event that there's something that we need. Some of the expenditures that were reduced in the general fund are tied to the sheriff's office. It's capital outlay monies that we're hoping to put in Fund 222, which is our capital outlay fund, instead, just to give them extra time to spend in the event that they don't expend it by the end of the fiscal year. We have some changes in the road fund, an increase of $70,000 in gasoline tax. And this is really just to kind of give you some information. When we worked on the fiscal year budget initially, what the state knew because of this whole COVID situation is that we're not going to be able to get together and really do what we normally do. So for this year, they allowed us to make a copy of what we did the prior year and submit that as the approved budget. So we tweaked it a little bit. And some of the tweaks were just in case. So we had decreased some of our gross receipt tax revenue because we just were not sure whether we would keep at the point that we were. And we had reduced our gasoline tax, and the gasoline tax was reduced based on what we received actually in May, because we weren't sure exactly what the COVID impact would be. So we reduced it, trying to be conservative, but now that we look back at it, it's kind of gone back to its normal numbers, and so we're increasing that. Some other changes is, I know Gerald had mentioned about the match waivers for the LGRF. We received notification that we had 2 match waivers on our LGRF, so we're reducing the transfer that's needed to Fund 202 by 70,000. Let's see if I wrote it down here. It's also, I have 2 forms, the one that talks about the changes in words, and then this one where you could see the actual numbers, but we have a additional revenue that will be coming in from the state of 70,444, which allowed us to decrease the transfer that was needed for those LGRFs. There's some other changes. I talked about the Fund 222. We had some reduction of cost in our crusher fund. We had some adjustments with some of our DWI grants. Let's see. Our fire fund, Fund 403, again, is loaning the Pecos Volunteer Fire Department $50,000. So we are adjusting for that transfer and reducing their expenditures since we're going to be money out. We are also going to be receiving a waste isolation amount of $7,000, and we've actually already received that. We'll be reimbursing the fire marshal for some costs that he incurred on behalf of that. Let me just go over some other items. In our lodger's tax, again, when we went and we created the budget, we weren't really sure exactly what was going to happen with lodging, so we had reduced the lodging to about 75% of what was normally received. And looking at the budget, we're actually going to increase or request that the budget be increased by $20,762. We're just going to leave that in cash right now. Our indigent fund, I did budget an additional $50,000 in anticipation of a negotiation, but that $50,000 is for that and some other bills that we might have to be paying in the near future. For our 703 fund, that's our detention center fund. We had a small reduction in income of $15,000, and that pretty much was tied to a drop in correction fees and just shifts in housing revenues. And then we also had a decrease of expenditures of $61,842, which is tied to a lot of different savings or projected savings in different various line items. We also have our 703-125, which is our RISE, which is a department that was created to account for a RISE grant that we're not going to receive this fiscal year, so we're zeroing out that budget. We also have in our 703, our detention center budget, a department number 130 that accounts for the intervention grant. And there was an increase in revenues and expenditures tied to additional services that were reimbursed to the county, and now we could utilize those funds for related activity. There was a change to one of our gross receipt tax debt service funds just to shore it up to the gross receipt taxes that we're expecting. There were some changes in our housing budget, and those are just based on, we get on a monthly basis, we get some kind of projections as to how much we're going to be receiving in the next few months. So we adjusted the budget accordingly, and I continue to work with Bernalillo County on those numbers to monitor them and make sure that we're okay. And then finally, our solid waste, we're increasing revenues tied to gross receipt taxes by $10,000. We have increased expenditures of close to $45,000, some of which are tied to the fence that I was talking to you about for the Tecolotipa area, as well as increased costs and disposal fees that we have, which is going to require a $35,000 transfer in order to not let the fund get into a deficit cash balance. And those are basically the changes that are summarized. And I stand for any questions.
Do we have any questions from the commission? Hearing none. Melinda, before we take action on this, I just want to take a minute to say thank you for what you have done these past 2 months, this past month and a half. You know, doing the mid-year budget is not an easy task, much less being in charge of the manager position as well. And so I just want to let you know that I really appreciate that. I've been coming to you quite often, and I have been meeting regularly, and I know that you've been busy, and every time I've come to you, you have taken time to visit with me because the issues are important. I know that you and I have talked in the evenings to get caught up on issues. We've talked on weekends, and I want you to know that I really appreciate that. You know, you've taken the task that we've given you very serious, and I want you to know that it's appreciated. So at this time, I'd like to open up floor for approval of resolution 2021-0209 F1. Do we have a motion to approve?
So move, Mr. Chair.
We have a motion by Commissioner Trujillo. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second by Commissioner Medina. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All in opposition, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you, Melinda.
Thank
And
you,
Mr.
Melinda.
Chair, and you're welcome, sir. Also, you know, I just know that it's going to be a busy next couple of months until we get the position filled. But I know with the support of all the supervisors, I've seen the support that they've offered, and I know that with them and the support of my staff who has kicked it up to try to balance the needs in my office as well, are very appreciative, and I really thank you guys for your support. If there's something that you see that you need or something that you need to bring to my attention, and I've also let the supervisors know of the same thing, just let me know. I'll try to do my best with the time that we have, and I'm always open for suggestion, and just let me know what you guys need.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Melinda.
Thank you.
And be sure to thank the staff on our behalf as well.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you.
Yes, thank you.
Next item is item 22, budget report for the period of July 1st, 2020 through November 30th, 2020 for,
I'm sorry, you're missing number 21.
okay, I'm sorry. Journal entry report for the months of November and December.
Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, these are reports that are generated off of our system, that are journal entries that are physically made within those periods stated in the agenda, November and December.
Are there any questions from the commission? Comments? Thank you, Melinda. Next item is item 22, budget report for the period of July 20 through November 30th, and also July 1st, 2020 through December 31st.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, this report is also something generated off of our system for the periods indicated and reflect year-to-date activity for all the accounts therefore reported.
Are there any questions or comments from the commission? Next item, Melinda, item 23, accounts payable report for the months of November and December 2020.
Mr. Chairman and Commissioner, these are payments that have been processed in my office, as well as payments made by Bernalillo County on behalf of San Miguel County for the months of November and December.
Are there any questions from the commission? Comments?
Mr. Chairman, just one comment.
Yes,
I'll
sir.
abstain from voting on this also. due to the fact that it was November and December of 2020.
Okay, okay, we do have Commissioner Medina who abstains to vote on this. I'm assuming Senna will do the same. Okay, hearing, are there any other, is there any other discussion on this issue before we request approval? Nothing? Okay, at this time, I'd like to request a motion to approve the accounts payable report for the months of November and December 2020. Do we have a motion?
So move, Mr. Chairman.
Motion by Commissioner Varela. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Trujillo. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Motion carries. Next item, item 24, cash balance report for the month of November and December 2020.
Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, this is the cash balance per fund, and some of the funds have multiple cash balances in there based on maybe an NMFA program or CD or something, but they're for the months indicated.
Are there any questions or comments from the commission? Hearing none. Next item, item 25, receipt report for the months of November and December 2020. Melinda.
Mr. Chair and Commissioner, these are all receipts that have been received by our Treasurer's Office for the months indicated.
Any questions or comments from the commission? Nothing? Okay. Thank you, Melinda.
Sure thing.
At this time, the budget agenda is concluded. The next item is the executive closed session, limited personnel matters as permitted by NMSA 1978, section 10-15-1, parentheses H, parentheses 2, as amended of the Open Meetings Act, more specifically personnel matters regarding specific county departments, information only, resignation of Mr. Matt Alwell, Detention Center Supervisor, certain purchases as permitted by NMSA 1978, section 10-15-1, parentheses H6, as amended of the Open Meetings Act, and section 13-1-116 of the Procurement Code Ambulance Services, attorney to threatened or pending litigation as permitted by NMSA 1978, section 10-15-1, parentheses H, parentheses 7, as amended of the Open Meetings Act, more specifically Open Meetings Act. Do we have to adjourn from the regular meeting and go to executive session?
So move, Mr. Chair.
We have a motion by Commissioner Trujillo. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Senna. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Excuse me,
Aye. Aye.
Mr.
All
Chairman,
opposed, same sign. Yes, sir, Mr. Attorney.
I'm sorry, I just needed a phone number to call into the executive session. Since I understand from Diego that I will not be able to participate by video.
We're going to be calling you here shortly, so be prepared for a phone call.
Okay, sorry to interrupt.
And Mr.
No,
Chair, and Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, just one more change, and it's not really a change on the agenda, it's just the wording that I used. It's actually a retirement of Matt Alwell, and that's also the language I should have used the last time too when I was wanting to.
All right.
Such, okay?
Sounds good. We stand corrected.
It was my error.
So we have a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. We are now in executive session. So just leave it like that. Are we good to go? Can everybody hear me?
I hear you loud and clear, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so we could turn that off now. Dave, are you on the,
Yeah.
we can hear you on the phone. Do what? Do what? Yeah, we hung it up. Max just hung it up. Dave, can you hear us? It shows that he's there, but he's muted.
Dave, unmute yourself.
Dave, can you hear us?
There, he's connecting now.
Councilor Romero. Hello, Dave? He's not on yet, huh?
It says connecting.
Mr. Chairman, do we need him to close the meeting or do you need to? You can do it, I believe,
Okay.
if you're comfortable doing it. Let's
Okay,
see
I'll
what's-
go ahead. I'll go ahead and give it a try. Okay, we are out of executive session. We are now back in open session. Can I have a motion to get back into open session?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Medina?
I'd like to make a motion, we go back into regular session where no action was taken in executive.
We have a motion by Commissioner Medina to go back into open session. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second by Commissioner Trujillo. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Let the record reflect that we adjourned from executive session. No action was taken. All those items that were on the agenda were the only agenda items discussed. We are now back in open session. And so is there any further discussion by the commission at this point before we adjourn?
Well, it's a late meeting. Thank you all for your time tonight and for allowing me to join you virtually. I'm glad it worked. Glad I didn't get kicked out.
Thank you as well, Commissioner Varela. Madam Manager, is there anything that you'd like to discuss before we adjourn? Okay, at this point, it is now 6:59, or let's call it 7 p.m. Do we have a motion to adjourn the meeting?
Motion to adjourn, Mr. Chair.
We have a motion by Commissioner Trujillo. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second by Commissioner Sena. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Meeting adjourned at 7 p.m. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.